Finishing up on the recorded prices between July and August, I want to also add my weekly Coinbase prices as well. Then I will be showing the assets I have bought, and what I have made and lost when buying those assets. I did not buy any assets concerning Bitcoin, but I did receive $5 in Bitcoin after doing these price recordings, which will not be added in. With that being said, I will go ahead and review my weekly prices for Bitcoin. On the 30th of July 2022, the recorded price for Bitcoin was $23,796.02. On August 6, 2022, the price recorded for Bitcoin was $23,179.93, up 616.09 from the recorded price on the 30th of July 2022. On August 13, 2022, the price recorded for Bitcoin was $24,864.24, up 1,068.22 from the recorded price on the 30th of July 2022, and up 1,684.31 from the price recorded a week before, on August 6, 2022. On August 20, 2022, the recorded price for Bitcoin was $21,235.14, down 2,560.88 from the price recorded on the 30th of July 2022, and down 3,629.10 from the recorded price a week before on August 13, 2022. Like I said in my earlier notes, these were the last good prices I recorded for Bitcoin in the entire 3 months of keeping track of Bitcoin's prices.
Tools for accessing lunar wisdom. Where is the moon right now? The moon is mysterious and sometimes hard to locate if you don't intimately know her ways. She is a beacon in the sky reminding us that everything is a phase. She is an anchor through transitions, change and transformation. Listen and find her, every day and in every phase, even when she's not visible. Developing a relationship with the moon can strengthen your intuition. 2. Where am I right now? Get inspired to create a daily practice of tracking with the moon. This will help deepen awareness of your rhythms and cycles, and offer insight into where you are currently on the orbit between different polarities. 5 minutes, tops. Imagine taking a snapshot of your physical sensations, mental and emotional states, etc., and then record it using the new moon calendar journal. This circular calendar establishes the new moon as the starting point for each lunar cycle. Choose what you wish to chart and write it down using symbols, words or color coding. 3. Breathing with the moon. You can consciously embody the expansion and contraction of the pulse of the lunar cycle through your inhale and exhale. When you experience the breath as the waxing and waning radiance of the moon, the pulse allows you to access that same wisdom of ebbing and flowing, building and releasing in your daily life. It can help you get unstuck. 4. Honor every phase. Learn about what to honor at each phase of the cycle. Tune into the energetics of every phase of the moon and how these show up at different times of your life. Like a seed, the moon also holds the potential for growth and expansion. As it grows, the moon becomes brighter and more full, until for a moment it is completely illuminated, then begins a return to darkness. The end is also the beginning. Where is the moon right now? Moon travels in the daytime sky as much as it does in the night. The new moon rises in the east at sunrise, and then about 50 minutes later each day until the full moon rises at sunset. This occurs because the moon takes slightly longer than 24 hours to line up with the same point on the Earth. Below are approximate times for the 4 main phases.
New moon. Rises, sunrise. Zenith, noon. Sets, sunset. The new moon is backlit by the rising sun. It travels unseen across the sky during the day. In this phase, the side of the moon that faces Earth is not illuminated. First quarter. Rises, noon. Zenith, sunset. Sets, midnight. The moon has completed a quarter of its orbit around the Earth. In this phase, the right half of the moon is illuminated in the northern hemisphere. Full moon. Rises, sunset. Zenith, midnight. Sets, sunrise. The light from the setting sun illuminates the side of the moon that faces Earth. The Earth is between the moon and the sun during this phase. Last quarter. Rises, midnight. Zenith, sunrise. Sets, noon. When the moon is at a right angle to the sun, we perceive it as split down the middle. Now the left half of the moon is illuminated in the northern hemisphere.
The waxing crescent moon rises and sets after the sun. The light begins to return on the right side of the moon, in the northern hemisphere. The first sighting of the crescent moon can be seen at dusk near the eastern horizon, usually 1 to 3 days after the new moon. What causes moon phases? Phases of the moon occur based on the positional relationship of the sun, moon, and Earth. The side of the moon that faces the sun always remains illuminated, and we see the moon wax and wane depending on where it is on its orbit around Earth. Where am I right now? Where awareness goes, energy flows. Do a body scan. Where do you notice sensation? What are those sensations telling you? Check in with your emotions. What are you feeling? Joy or despair? Focus or overwhelm? Life moves through cycles of growth and integration, acceptance and resistance, tension and ease. Internally and externally there is a constant measured rhythm of light and dark, expansion and contraction, ebb and flow, and changing moods and seasons. If you get stuck in one phase or another, it can be difficult to see what is on the horizon. Accessing the wisdom of the lunar cycle helps remind you that everything will shift and transform. Breakdown and breakthrough. Bringing awareness to your rhythms and cycles allows for a deeper understanding of your personal orbits. This may help you get unstuck. The New Moon Calendar Journal is a circular calendar that establishes the new moon as the starting point for each lunar cycle. You can perceive time in relation to nature more clearly this way, and patterns in your own experience may become more apparent. Use the pages of the New Moon Calendar Journal to observe and track your personal orbits each month. Appetite, sleep, time spent in nature, energy level, mood, exercise, clarity, creativity, menstruation, digestion, meditation, communication, irritability, desire, whatever you find most meaningful. Take 5 minutes and write down what you notice each day on that moon phase. In the beginning it almost doesn't matter what you track, your sensory being will begin to remember the cycle and show you where to put your awareness and attention next. Keep it simple. Adjust and adapt as you do. Breathing with the moon. The moon is a gentle guide for drawing the rhythms of natural cycles into our body. Every season, moon cycle, and breath are examples of expansion and contraction. Just like the tide sweeping across the shore, your breath is a microcosm of the lunar cycle in itself. Exhale and imagine the moon slowly contracting until it is completely dark as the new moon. Inhale and imagine the moon growing brilliantly bright and expansive as the full moon. For this practice, imagine bringing the light of the moon into your body. Your heart, your navel center, your whole body, wherever you feel this radiant nectar. Imagine your breath as light expanding and waxing as you inhale. As you exhale, begin to feel the energy of the waning moon returning to the void of stillness and potential. How can you stay connected to your radiance, even as the light fades? Aligning inner and outer cycles invites you to bring more awareness to your experience of balance and extremes, light and shadow, still and active, intake and elimination, birth and death, full and empty. Like a pendulum, one phase continually flows into the next. Observing your breath is a powerful reminder of your connection to the wisdom of the lunar cycle. Take a moment every day and breathe with the moon, honoring every phase. Earth's yearly trip around the sun takes us on a journey of expansion and contraction. From the deep coolness of winter to the bright heat of summer, the phases of the moon energetically correspond to seasonal points in the orbit around the sun. Even plants follow similar patterns of growth and change as they sprout, bud, bloom, fruit, and return to seed. Winter solstice and the new moon both represent the points of most darkness. Honor the emptiness, the stillness. Honor the unknown. Honor trust, intuition, and inspiration. The crescent moon is like a cradle holding a baby. Honor beginner's mind. Honor tenderness. Spring equinox and the first quarter moon represent unfolding and emerging truth. Honor taking action. Honor pushing through the blocks and expanding past limiting beliefs. Summer solstice illustrates expansion at its fullest. Much like the full moon, it offers the most light. Honor your radiance. Honor the ways you show up. Honor brilliance, clarity, and distilling to the essence of what matters most. Fall equinox and the last quarter moon represent the journey inward. As the moon wanes, honor what no longer serves you. Honor letting go and releasing. Honor digestion, integration, and reflection. Honor the lessons that will become fertile compost for new seeds and experiences. Honor gratitude. The waning crescent moon is like the wisp of a great-grandmother's hair. Honor your roots. Honor wisdom. Honor returning to source. The end is also the beginning. Charting on the circular calendar. Choose what you want to track over the course of the cycle. Draw your symbols or write in the spaces for each day. If applicable, you can track menstruation and cervical fluid in the inner circles. Each cycle begins with the new moon. From here the days move clockwise around the circle. There are many potential uses for this calendar, so discover what is most meaningful to you. Expressions for daily tracking. Which of these words describe the range of your experiences throughout the lunar cycle? Abundance, acceptance, action, adventure, alignment, anchor. Anger, anxiety, arguing, assertive, balance, boundaries, brave, breakthrough, bright, building, calm, carefree, catalyst, celebration, challenge, clarity, clearing, collaboration, committed, communication, community, confident, conflict, confrontation, confusion. Connecting, constricting, control, creativity, crisis, cultivation, darkness, decisive, decluttering, depleted, depression, determination, devotion, discomfort, divine, doubt, dreamy, dull, embodied, endurance, energetic, expansive, expressive, exuberance, fearful, fierce, flowing, focused, forceful, forgetful. Forgiveness, freedom, friendship, gathering, generosity, giving thanks. Grace, grief, grounded, growth, guilt, harmonious, healing, health, heavy, hopeful, hopeless, illuminating, indecisive, independence, inner critic, insight, instinct, integration, introspection, intuition, inward joy, juicy, leadership, letting go. Longing, loss, magic, manic, manifesting, medicine, melancholy. Messy, momentum, moody, movement, mystery, nourishing, nurturing, old patterns, open heart, opportunities, organization, pain, passion, patience, perfectionism, planning, playful, pleasure, possibility, powerful, practice, productive, progress, prosperity, protection. Pursuing, questioning, reaching out, rebellious, receptive, reflective, releasing, relief, renewal, researching, resistance, resolving. Resonance, retreat, revisiting, routine, sadness, scarcity, scared, scattered, searching, security, self-care, self-critical, self-love, sensations, serendipity, serious, shadow, slow, social, spacious. Spirit, spontaneous, steady, strict, structure, stuck. Success, support, surprise, sweetness, tears, tender, tight, transformation, transition, trust, unfolding, unity, unknown, uplifted, upward, vision, voice, waiting, well-being, wholeness, wild, willingness, wings. Worry. A calendar of lunar time. A transformative tool for aligning with inner and outer cycles, tracking daily practice and wellness, and bringing your intentions to life.
Hello, everybody. This is Roger Hanson with the strange, the bizarre, the unusual. I like it. I will be continuing on my posts concerning the Greco-Roman mystery schools. I believe this is part 2 of it, and earlier I was talking about Egypt and how Greece and Rome and pretty much every kind of society back in those days pretty much, ripped off Egyptian ideas. They adapted it into their theologies and their beliefs and stuff like that. And a lot of the mystery schools during the Greco-Roman period really went around a lot of Egyptian beliefs, because you got to understand with Alexandria, when Alexandria was created, there was a mix of Greece and Egyptian as well as Middle East cultures, and a lot of the ideas that we actually have today, which pertains to old Greek beliefs and their ideologies back then, actually came from the Middle East. We lost a lot of that until later on, and a lot of people aren't aware of all these things, so you got to understand when it comes to the Greek mystery schools, that has a lot to do with Alexandria and the merging of all these ideas from these different cultures into that one city. But I wanted to get that out before I started. And I also want to mention something else too. Now, a lot of people, when they hear the word mystery schools or the Hermetics, or anything concerning the Freemasons, they believe that it's automatically conspiracy theory. And don't get me wrong, there are a lot of conspiracy theories concerning the Hermetics, which is the Freemasons, and there's the Greek mystery schools, the Greco-Roman mystery schools, and Egypt, and there are a lot of conspiracies, but you have to understand that it's more than that. I mean, these groups and these societies actually did exist, for people who can rise above the whole conspiracy theorist thing and understand that these organizations did exist and it is a part of our history, those are the people that actually learn something from it. And that's how I feel, so with me, all of this really has to do with research, and it has nothing to do with pushing some kind of, global new world order agenda. It's just the actual mystery schools, the actual Hermetic groups, situations, names, places, things like that. That's what I usually get into with it. So, just understand that before I get started. And these reads are going to be pretty long because I'm going to get into Greco-Roman mysteries, like I said, and my first project is actually going to be something that I needed to get off of here for a long time. It's called Preparatio Evangelica, and I'll do all 4 books, and there's parts for each part. There's a lot of Greek symbols and a lot of different kind of things in there, so I'm not going to be able to hit every single part of it. I can read what's English and what's actually readable. And it's a hard read, so excuse my vocabulary and my enunciation. I'll try my best to get the words out, and I'll slow down as much as possible. But with that all said, let me get started. Okay, now the Greco religions, the sacred mysteries, or simply mysteries, were religious cults of the Greco-Roman world for which participation was reserved to initiates. That's the mystai, M-Y-S-T-A-I. The main characterization of this religion is the secrecy associated with the particulars of the initiation and the cult practice, which may not be revealed to outsiders. The most famous mysteries of Greco-Roman antiquity were the Eleusinian mysteries, which were of considerable antiquity and predated the Greek Dark Ages. The popularity of mystery cults flourished on late antiquity. Julian the Apostate in the mid-4th century is known to have been initiated into 3 distinct mystery cults, most notably the Mithric mysteries. Due to the secret nature of the cult, and because the mystery religions of the late antiquity were persecuted by the Christian Roman Empire from the 4th century, the details of these religious practices are unknown to scholarship, although there are educated guesses as to their general content. Justin Martyr in the 2nd century explicitly noted and identified them as demonic imitations of the true faith, and that the devils, in imitation of what was said by Moses, asserted that Proserpine was the daughter of Jupiter and instigated the people to set up an image of her under the name of Kor, the first apology, K-O-R, and the name of Kor, and that would be first apology. Through 1st to 4th century, Christianity stood in direct competition for appearance with the mystery cults, insofar as the mystery cults too were an intrinsic element of the non-Jewish horizon of the reception of the Christian message. They too were embraced by the process of the enculturation of Christianity in its initial phase, and they made their own contributions to the process. In Clark and McNeill's opinion, the Christian doctrine of the sacraments in the form in which we know it would not have arisen without this interaction. And Christology too understood how to take up the mythical inheritance, purifying it and elevating it. The term mystery derives from Latin mysterium, from Greek mysterion, usually as the plural mysteria. In this context, meaning secret rite or doctrine, an individual who follows such a mystery was a mystes, spelled M-Y-S-T-E-S, one who has been initiated. From Myein, M-Y-E-I-O, or M-Y-E-I-N, to close, shut, a reference to secrecy, closure of the eyes and mouth, or that only initiates were allowed to observe and participate in rituals. The mysteries were thus cults in which all religious functions were closed to the uninitiated and for which the inner workings of the cult were kept secret from the general public. Mystery religions from one of three types of Hellenistic religion, the others being the imperial cult or ethnic religion particular to a nation or state, and the philosophic religions such as Neoplatonism. This is also reflected in the tripartite division of theology by Varro, V-A-R-R-O, in civil theology, concerning the state cult and its stabilizing effects on society. Natural theology, philosophical speculation about the nature of the divine, and mythical theology concerning myth and ritual. Mysteries thus supplement rather than compete with civil religion. An individual could easily observe the rites of the state cult, but an initiate in one or several mysteries and at the same time adhere to a certain philosophical school. In contrast to the public rituals of civil religion, participation in which was expected of each member of society, initiation to a mystery was optional with Greco-Roman polytheism. Polytheism. I always have a hard time with that word. Many of the cultic aspects of public religion are repeated within the mystery: sacrifices, ritual meals, ritual purifications, etc., just with the additional aspect that they take place in secrecy, confined to a closed set of initiates. This is important in the context of early persecution of Christians. Christianity was seen as objectable by the Roman establishment, not on grounds of its tenets or practices, but because early Christians chose to consider their faith as precluding and participation in the imperial cult, which was seen as subversive by the Roman establishment. The mystery cults offered a niche for the preservation of archaic religious ritual, and there is reason to assume that they were very conservative. The Eleusinian mysteries persisted for more than a millennium, more likely close to 2 millennia, during which period the ritual of public religion changed significantly from the archaic cult of the Bronze to early Iron Age to the hero cult of Hellenistic civilization, and again to the imperial cult of the Roman era, while the ritual performances of the mysteries, for all we know, remained unchanged. They had more often than not come up from the barbarous underworld. They were singularly persistent. The mystery of Eleusis near Athens lasted for a thousand years, and there is reason to believe that they changed little during that long period. For this reason, with glimpses we do have of the older Greek mysteries have been taken as
I used to contribute to the attract mode front end a little bit, mostly with how-tos and what have you.
Yeah. And like people don't know much about emulators and stuff, and like I've tried out all of the emulators I could find in the last year or so, and here before long, I want to freaking write review or make reviews on some of them, because there's some that just plain out suck, you know, and then there's some that are great. And like when you go on these websites and they talk up like Xenia, for example, you know, that's for Xbox 360, and you get on there, you got to be careful because of the freaking options in it. You have to use C++ just to get into the freaking options and change stuff around. And for people who don't know much about C++, that's dangerous, you know. You can mess up your emulator. So.
I see. I don't even know what that means, so I would definitely be learning something.
Yeah, see, we got, there we go. So, Red Hat, yeah, see right there, you've got Karma, Love, and Deborah. I still want to talk to that Deborah. She spells her name D-E-B-U-A, and I know she's got to be picking on her name or something, because that's got to be Deborah, but she spells it Deborah.
Where are you guys looking at?
On
Where
the
did you see that?
notifications.
Oh, on your notification.
Yeah. You know, that's the thing that I enjoy about it, you know, and like when it comes to games, there's a lot of topics. Like last week we were talking about the freaking what were they, like Walt Disney World and all that, and how they're trying to make them into real video games in real life. You know, to me that's a cool topic. Like they even have high scores, and you can keep a high score when you go to these places, and then like a year later, if you go back on vacation there, you can start off where you left off and still have your high score. You know, you're walking through this theme park playing a video game. It's just crazy.
You know, if you haven't looked, a lot of the new Disney shows, the Star Wars ones especially, the way they film them is basically a big video game. They have a whole bunch of NVIDIA GPUs, and the camera acts like a mouse. Those actors are actually walking around in front of screens, not blue screens, but real screens. And the whole background on the show, it's basically a video game environment. And it looks like those characters walking around in it.
Yeah. I can do that on Unity with Blender. I can take and create animations on Blender, put it on Unity, and then pretty much make an entire movie out of a video game. It's pretty interesting. My son got me into VR chat on Steam, and eventually I started trying to figure out how to get freaking Blender, Unity, and VR chat all hooked in together.
Which platform is this VR chat on?
It's on Steam.
Oh, on Steam. Okay, I see.
Yeah, and you go in there, you can literally create your own world. And it's pretty interesting. Make textures and stuff like that.
Oh, that's what Dante was talking about.
See, I haven't really gotten into 3D modeling. I've spread myself so thin with what I do. You know, it's hard to get myself to pick up something else sometimes.
I haven't been able to do it in a long time. The sad part about it is I use Blender mostly to video edit, and to me, that annoys me. It annoys me that I have to spend so much time on video games, to be honest, because like this right here, this is real content, you know what I mean? We're all getting together and we're having a conversation, you know, and all these conversations we've had together, that's actual footage, you know what I mean? And that means more to me than getting on a video game and playing it for freaking 8 hours. Yeah. It really does.
I do my video editing with Caden Live, so
Oh, I don't even know half of the stuff. I know Adobe Prime, and I know Blender. I know OBS, XSplit, stuff like that, but I don't try to get too adventurous because there's so much stuff out there. Like Wondershare, I tried that. That was horrible.
Have you tried DaVinci Resolve?
Now DaVinci is what I heard is DaVinci is actually supposed to be a part of the whole Wondershare thing.
Oh.
So I've heard of them. I've never done them.
Caden Live's just basically made for KDE if you're a Linux user. So it's an open source. Just drop the pieces in, and it looks like some of the pro stuff that I saw the pros use when I did work at the recording studio. But I never did play with all those Adobe products.
Yeah, I'm skeptical against them too. Now, KDE, I went across them whenever I had my Linux because you've got that freaking, I forgot what the area was where they have like you type in what you want and it shows it. And then you can install it in your computer or leave it off there, the store or something like that. But I've never messed with it. I tried that Wine, and
oh no,
I mean
it's like a Windows emulator and Linux.
Yeah, that's some horrible shit. I still, to this day, cannot figure out how the hell anybody used Wine.
Hey.
Oh, the saying I had for a long time was, if wine is the answer, the question was stupid. But if you look at those links I've been dropping, you'll see the next from the bottom, Lutris. Lutris actually is a launcher platform for video games, and it's really powerful and it's a little bit buggy, but it's actually pretty good overall. What Lutris does, it has these. I don't know if you've dealt with Steam and Linux lately, but what they've done with Proton on Steam, which is custom wine for video games, it is actually running really smooth with a lot of games right now. What Lutris does is it'll take games from just about any source, Windows games, and it'll make it really easy to launch and play those games with Linux when it works right. Now, it works right about 80% of the time.
Let's see.
The rest of it, you got to fight a little. Usually, all you got to do to fix it is choose a different wine engine. You just kind of right-click and choose a different version, and it tends to work fairly well. But I've spent a lot of time with Lutris there.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, I'm happy when I see a game that comes out for Linux and it's native and it's, a big title from a major company. But I found it only works with Linux temporarily.
It does?
Yeah, as the libraries and Linux start to get updated, Linux rapidly evolves because there are so many people working on it. I found that when a company releases a game for Linux, they don't update the thing. They put it out there, they'll probably patch it for a year or two, and then they walk away from it. Sadly, I found it's actually easier to play a Windows game on Linux once it's reached about 3 to 5 years old than it is to play a Linux game on Linux because the company has abandoned it.
Yeah.
And Wine actually kind of makes it to where at least the Windows version is playable. It took a long time for me to come to that sad realization.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
is Lutris similar to Wine?
Lutris is a launcher. So, there's a very popular emulation front end for Windows, I'm not remembering the name of, where they have game engines you can download and put in. Lutris works kind of in the same way where you can just kind of like right click and say, I want these additional versions of wine. And it's not restricted to any one source. There's a lot of different options. You're usually better off sticking to about 3 to 5 of them if you know what you need specially like that. I know Diablo runs best. I'm talking the original Diablo here.
Yeah.
Runs best with a really old particular one just for it. But most of them, if you're running the latest Proton, you're usually doing okay.
See, that's why me and my son don't get along when it comes to video games, because he talks shit, and like when it comes to this new Diablo they came out with, and I told him, I was like, look, dude, that's all special effects. You know what I mean? Like, you play the original Diablo and you'll get your butt kicked. And he tried it one time, got his butt kicked, and he's never freaking talked to me about it ever again.
Well, I think I've done the right thing. Instead of Diablo, I got my 8-year-old hooked on Torchlight, and he loves Torchlight. Torchlight was made by the original Diablo developers who got pissed off at Blizzard, left, and made a clone of Diablo, basically.
Yeah.
And Torchlight, all 3 of them have been good. The first one was a little disappointing because it wasn't multiplayer, but they went multiplayer after that. So.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff I'm into, you know. Now, Moose asked about the link, so I shared it to him. He might actually be on here. I'm not sure if he's going to come on.
Oh, yeah? Cool.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
He said he was interested.
He can come and talk about gaming with you guys.
Yeah.
But I wanted to.
Well, if he shows up, let's just bombard him with questions about Pro.
Yeah, man.
You know
Pro
what I mean?
and gaming.
Yeah. Like, freaking nuts.
Switch back to mine stuff for a minute. I wanted to ask you guys. I think I shared on my channel this week interview that Bill had with some guy, where he says that Minds right now has 50 million users.
Yeah.
You guys.
Well, see, he tried to say that shit with Joe Rogan too, and I'm like, full of shit. He does not have 50 million frickin' people on this platform. There is no way.
All right, so you don't think it's real, huh?
Nah, I don't believe it.
I noticed on the Pro page at the bottom, it had a bunch of icons about who has talked about Minds and Minds Pro.
Yeah.
And I also noticed that nobody that they were using to advertise that was talked about actually used Minds. Joe Rogan doesn't really use Minds, but he was down there.
Joe
Wired,
Rogan.
I don't see a presence from them on there, but they talked about Minds. So. All these people have talked about Minds, but nobody actually uses it out of this group.
Does he even have a channel? Maybe he just has a channel and he's not active, or he's cross-posting.
Joe Rogan, dude. Okay, let me tell you something about Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is a freaking idiot. All right, that dude. Okay, he was an excellent comedian, don't get me wrong. Alright, he was great as a comedian, but this guy was also an MMA fighter who got his head hit just a little bit too much, okay? He starts talking and making his podcast, and the first thing that comes out of his mind is that freaking the Senate has to be freaking gotten rid of. He's like, as a matter of fact, let's just go ahead and get rid of Congress altogether and let people vote over the internet. You know what I'm saying? He's like, We need to have this set up to where we can just vote on the internet, not even fucking. And that was the first thing he started promoting, you know.
I'm not voting yet. Oh, I haven't done.
I mean, he is just freaking out there. And then, well, there's some things he does talk about that I do agree with, but.
Electric, shining light, electric, shining light, electric, shining light, electric, shining light. We're swinging through the night, electric, shining light, electric, shining light, electric, shining light, electric, keep shining like we're swimming through the night. Keep it running, keep it tight. Electric, keep shining like we're swimming through the night. Keep it running, keep it tight. Keep it running, keep it tight. Getting crazy, getting wild. Getting crazy, getting wild. Keep it running, keep it tight. Getting crazy, getting wild. Getting crazy, getting wild. Keep it running, keep it tight. Keep it running, keep it tight. Getting crazy, getting wild. Keep it running, keep it tight. Keep it running, keep it tight. Let the mood and feel the fire. Feel the fire. Keep it running, keep it tight. Let the mood and feel the fire. Feel the fire. The fire. Let the mood and feel the fire. Keep it running, keep it tight. Passion and energy takes us higher. Keep it running, keep it tight. Let the mood and feel the fire. Passion and energy takes us higher. Getting crazy, getting wild. Passion and energy takes us higher. Getting crazy, getting wild. Passion and energy takes us higher. Getting crazy, getting wild. Keep it running, keep it tight.
Okay, lassaten, okay, lassaten, okay. Okay, lassaten, okay, lassaten, okay. Okay, lassaten, okay, lassaten. Okay, lassaten, okay, lassaten. Okay, lassaten, okay, lassaten. Okay, lassaten, okay, lassaten.
and all things shall he teach. Shall he teach, and all things shall he teach, shall he teach. For all these things I'll also bring to pass. For all these things I'll also bring to pass. And all things shall he teach. Shall he teach, and all things shall he teach, shall he teach. For all these things I'll also bring to pass. Unto him shall priests convey and offer gold, and MYRRH, and frankincense. For all these things I'll also bring to pass. And all things shall he teach. Shall he teach, and all things shall he teach, shall he teach. For all these things I'll also bring to pass. Unto him shall priests convey and offer gold, and MYRRH, and frankincense. For all these things I'll also bring to pass. And all things shall he teach. Shall he teach, and all things shall he teach, shall he teach. The dumb shall speak, the dumb shall speak, and all things shall he teach, the dumb shall speak. Demons shall he drive out, and of the dead there shall be an uprising. The dumb shall speak, and of the dead there shall be an uprising. Drunken, not discern, nor shall they hear, oppressed with feeble cars. The dumb shall speak, and of the dead there shall be an uprising. And all things shall he teach. Shall he teach, and all things shall he teach, shall he teach, and all things shall he teach. Shall he teach, and all things shall he teach, shall he teach. For all these things I'll also bring to pass.
was pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. I am a cow. I am a cow. I am a cow. That was I am a cow. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. Okay, that's that then. 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 I had a cow. I had a cow. That was I had a cow. Pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. That was I had a cow. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. That was I had a cow. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. Pretty much it. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. That was pretty much it.
A spell and shadow demon connected to witches. Connected to witches. To witches. A vampire shadow demon. A vampire shadow demon, predator of children. A faceless shadow demon. Faceless shadow demon. A vampire shadow demon. A vampire shadow demon, predator of children. The leader of all evil spirits of the air.
The cosmogony, together with the zoogony, is exceptional within the parameters of the work. The cosmogony, the cosmogony, together with the zoogony, the cosmogony, together with zoogony, is exceptional within the parameters of the work. Cosmogony, the work. Sanchuniathon of Beirut gives the truest account concerning the Jews, since it agrees best with their places and their names. The cosmogony, together with the zoogony, is exceptional within the parameters of the work. The cosmogony, the cosmogony, together with zoogony, the cosmogony, together with zoogony, is exceptional within the parameters of the work. Cosmogony, the work. Hand of Sanchuniathon, 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 hand of Sanchuniathon.
Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Let me bring love. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Let me bring love. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Let me bring hope. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Let me bring hope. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Where there is darkness, 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 darkness. Where there is darkness, 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 darkness. Let me bring your light. Where there is sadness, 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 sadness. Where there is sadness, 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 sadness. Let me bring joy. Where there is sadness, 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 sadness. Let me bring joy. Where there is sadness, sadness, moods flow from one to another, never stopping. There is no pinnacle development, never stopping, never stopping. The moods flow from one to another, never stopping, never stopping, never stopping. Defined, 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 in the moment, defined, in the moment, defined, in the moment, in the moment, in the moment, and becomes 2 life forms, then 3, then 4, then 5. The birth and the death, the birth, the birth, the birth and the death, 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 then 3, then 4, then 5, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 3, then 4, then 5, occur in the same instant. Winter turns to spring and the summer turns to autumn. Death is life. Achieve balance, 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 achieve balance, balance, achieve balance, achieve balance, harmony, 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 achieve balance, harmony, 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 achieve balance, harmony, harmony, harmony. Cause the energy to flow, flow, flow. Cause the energy to flow, flow, flow. Cause the energy to flow, flow, flow. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Let me bring love. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Let me bring love. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Let me bring hope. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Let me bring hope. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Where there is darkness, 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 darkness. Where there is darkness, 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 darkness. Let me bring your light.
because he's been doing a lot longer than I have. And anyway, I asked him one afternoon. I said, "Hey, how many UFOs have you got that are turning?" And he kind of thought about it, and he said, "None." And I'm like, "Well, you're about to get some now because they all turn here," which was true. They all turn. They all make a turn, or they'll go back out of the atmosphere, and they do all kinds of stuff. And I thought that was really weird that in all them years he never caught one that was making a turn, and I catch them turning all the time. And some of the turning ones, uh, if they're not spectacular, I don't even put them up. I just leave it alone because you can see you follow it across the sky. Well, you can't tell that really it's turning. You just got to kind of take my word for it that it was headed to the east. Well, now it's going to the south. And if you know where the stars are, you can see it making a turn, graduated turn. But yeah, that was kind of interesting. So yeah,
With Bob Dub, I have been doing this show about duality and everything, and we actually started talking about like nature, and like it's weird that this popped up, but I did bring it up to her because she's not really into UFOs and everything, you know. But we were discussing bees and the way bees fly. And the weird part is because of their wings, they're able to make turns like
yeah,
UFOs do. And
yep,
like with trajectory, we don't have any kind of ships that are able to make the same turns that these UFOs have been reported to make, you know. And I thought that was interesting that bees can do the same thing, but there aren't too many other things that can naturally do that, you know.
yep.
So whenever I hear people talking about that now, it always makes me think of those bees and how they fly, because those are actually a mystery when it comes to nature too. So
Well, I'm gonna show you a video here. I'm gonna send you a link to it, and this is from this is 2 days old, and this is a prime example of what the orbs do. They change their markings and stuff. There's always something different, and it's just every week I see something different, and I've got to sit down and make a compilation of the orbs. I really do. But this one showed up with a symbol on it, and matter of fact, if you look at it, it almost looks like a dang eyeball. But you see the marks on the one I just sent you, right? Yeah, I'm talking about the other video I just sent you before this. They lasted they lasted about 2 weeks. They all had that mark on them, and then all of a sudden that mark went away and turned into something else. And this is another example of they changed the mark again. I'm like, man, it's hard to keep up. But this from 2 days ago. So the thumbnail on it, you
Big
can see
orb
the
with a
mark,
mark
and
on it,
it's
right?
almost like an arrow or something. But
Oh, he's really
you know, if you
close.
look at it one way, it almost looks
Keep
like
up
the
with it.
Masonic symbol.
Another one with a dark spot on it right there. So
Yeah, he's kind of slow. I'll show you some fast ones. This one in particular, I have to show you the one where it hits my
just
truck.
hanging out.
That video is kind of
It goes
traumatic
right over my
looking
head.
at it, but
Oh, where you went
I
now?
mean, it really hits the
Past
truck
me.
really hard.
Behind me.
It's not playing around at all. Yeah, that one's slow. Yeah, see if I can find you the original Tinkerbell one. Oh yeah, I made a compilation for that little thing. That thing is crazy. Yep. Yep, yep. Yeah, I did a video. I heard Elon Musk talking about because he got put on the spot in two of his interviews asking about aliens, and he says I don't know anything about aliens, don't know anything about UFOs, and I was like, I got about three videos of UFOs doing maneuvers right in front of his train. He's got to know about them. Yep. Anyway, the other trick that the orbs learned was probably from the way I was thinking at the time. I mean, I kind of take offense to these people in armchair, and they're all an armchair expert, and they don't know anything. They don't have any videos of their own. And if you're sitting out there for 3 years filming this stuff religiously, y'all know what the hell you're looking at. So the orb started doing this, and this is recent. This is within a week or two, something like that. But they started blinking and flashing at me, and you can't get a flashing bug because at the time of the year there's no lightning bugs down here, and even if it did, it wouldn't look like that. So I sent you the link to that one real quick. But this is what they started doing. I'll go down there and see if I can find the compilation for Tinkerbell. Yep.
Another blinker. I'm blinking. Well, y'all brought friends, huh? Jeez.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way. So anyway, in 2012, there was about 30-something witnesses on this UFO, and the guy pulled out a telescope in the daylight and actually captured a close-up of this UFO I'm going to send you here. Well, I captured it not too long ago, and it was two cigars put together, and you'll see it. And it's pretty clear. I slowed it down in the end of the video, too. But I sent you that since I just ran across it without having to go back and search for it. But it looks exactly like that one, except the guy in daytime, he's got a lot more detail than I do. But I've got it maneuvering, coming in, and going underneath the clouds. So, yep. Apparently, it was attracted to my little pointer because it was so cloudy. Nobody in the right mind trying to film a UFO is going to go out there with the clouds like that. And I go out there and I had pretty good luck. If there's a pothole up there that's clear, I can get a flyby every time. Yeah, it's not that long. I keep them short. People tend to watch the whole video if it's only 25 seconds long, but you make that thing 3 minutes, they won't watch 10 seconds of it and they hang up on it. Yep, yep. I got some really good followers that they have a lot of really smart, intelligent questions to ask, and it's nice to see their take on it because it's not. I'm not stuck in one way of looking at these objects. It's not just me; it's other people looking at it the same way, and it makes you feel better, like you're not totally losing your mind. There's Tinkerbell there.
I told him like if you want to, you can come on the show, and just say what's on your mind and stuff. So because there's actually other people that do have those kind of theories too. That like they believe that it's actually demons and stuff like that.
Yep.
There's another one right
Well,
here.
there very well could be some of them, but you put me in a haunted house somewhere that's bad, man, the hair stands up on the back of my head, and I won't.
Down.
I don't function very well.
Yeah.
I've been on the ghost hunts.
There it is. That is
I don't practice a bunch of that stuff. Right. Don't go around trying to call it on myself or in the house. Hey, please give us a sign. That kind of crap.
Yeah.
About that time, your head spins on backwards, and your daughter might come out of the bedroom, puking pea soup or something. You don't know.
Yeah.
It's the Tinkerbell.
Try to steer away from that stuff. But.
Just showed up.
I mean, it's just. I mean, people have a idea though
that
it's
visible
you're not
without
be
the
open
this is so damn
their
fast.
ideas about it. I mean, I'm open to everybody's opinions when it comes
Yep.
to it. I mean,
Yep.
I just. This is actually the kind of stuff that I started out with when I got curious about it, because John, he would post sightings of UFOs and aliens and stuff, and that's how I actually got curious about editing videos too.
Yep.
Because I started a Facebook group a long time ago. I can't even remember how long, but before I started doing videos, I would share other people's UFO sightings and stories and ghost stories and all that. And it just started from there. And John was one of the first.
Well, it was different. Yep.
That is nice. You got a really good shot there.
Yeah, and I had this orb about a month ago that showed up that had a square. It was like if the orb was ahead, where the square indentation would be right where his mouth was at.
Yeah.
And it was just weird to have a square there in the front of an orb looking at you.
That one, it looks like the laser was hard. It was hard for you to keep up with it.
That's cool.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna send you all three of the large spear compilations, so you got them.
Well,
you can play those real quick. There's the third one right here. The last one's actually the first one I made, so.
Okay. Let me make sure I got everything set up there, because I know. No, I have to. Yeah, there we go. I will start the first one. Yeah, no, that one's
look at the
just
big
clear as
flash.
day, and it gets
That's just
bigger.
too cool.
Yeah. They get really close to me.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Wow Talk. I am Roger Hanson, and today I'm going to continue where I left off previously. Now, I ended up talking about the Dyatlov incident which happened in Russia, and I got interested in the indigenous culture that was involved in the investigation. So that kind of got me interested in wanting to dig deeper into that subject. Besides that, I'd have been doing Mount Fuji and going over some of Mount Fuji on Strange Stories. So that kind of helped out with that too. So what I wanted to do is really get into the topics that are involved in some of this stuff. Now, I also have been kind of bouncing around on some stuff that involves Indo-European languages. So that kind of blends into this, and it has a lot to do with the folklore and the mythologies or the myths behind a lot of these cultures and civilizations. This is more of like the Germanic, Romanian, and the Vikings, I guess you could say it, the Scandinavian myths and how they are all connected. And that's kind of what the Indo-European language is all about. They all basically come from the same roots. So that's what this is basically, the topic is going to be about for WoW Talk. I was trying my best to maybe fit this stuff into places that I felt would be really more comfortable for me to do it, but I decided to just go ahead and keep it on WoW Talk and have this discussion because I don't really want to add a lot of this into WoW Talk as much as or not WoW Talk, but ancient mysteries, because for me, I like to do ancient history, and I don't really consider this as ancient history as much because I'm more into, and this isn't the way a lot of people believe, but for me, I just feel this way. Like, ancient history for me is before the ADE, the Common Era. So I usually consider ancient history in the BCE, so I don't know, that's just the way I've felt about it. I think I've mentioned that before on a previous episode when I was discussing this. So what I wanted to do is just go ahead and leave this on WoW Talk and go from there. I hope you guys do enjoy it. Like I said, this is stuff that I get really excited about. I do enjoy having the conversation that I'm about to have. So with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start out with the world tree. Now, there's don't mistake this for the tree of life, which a lot of people are aware of. The world tree is completely separate than that. The world of tree is a motif, and it's present in several religions and mythologies, particularly the Indo-European, Siberian, and Native American religions. The world tree is represented as a colossal tree which supports the heavens, thereby connecting the heavens, the terrestrial world, and through its roots, the underworld. It may also be strongly connected to the motif of the tree of life, but they are two separate things. Let me point that out and make sure everybody understands they are two separate things. But it is the source of wisdom of the ages. That's basically what it is. Now, specific world trees include Irofa in Hungarian mythology, Agak Ana in Turkic mythology, and then you have Kanek Kar in Armenian mythology. Now, Munin in Mongol mythology, Yggdrasil in Norse mythology, and Irminsul in Germanic mythology. The oak is Slavic, Finnish, and Baltic. Janmu, that's Chinese. It's in Chinese mythology and in Hindu mythology. The Ashvatha is a ficus religiosa or religiosa. It's a Ficus religiosa. Now, Ficus religiosa, or sacred fig, is a species of fig native to the Indian subcontinent and Indochina that belongs to Myracea, the fig or mulberry family. It is also known as the Bodhi tree or the peepul tree, peepul tree. The sacred fig is considered to have religious is considered to have religious significance in 4 major religions that originated on the Indian subcontinent. And that's Hinduism, Buddhism, Sakyaism, and Jainism. Hindu and Jain ascetics consider the species to be sacred and often meditate under it. Gautama Buddha is believed to have obtained enlightenment under the tree of this species. The sacred fig is the state tree of the Indian states of Odisha, Bihar, and Haryana. And you gotta excuse my language or my words. I'm not really good with being able to pronounce these words properly, so you gotta excuse me. Now, scholarship states that many Eurasian mythologies share the motif of the world tree, cosmic tree, or eagle and serpent tree. More specifically, it shows up in Haitian, Finnish, Lithuanian, Hungarian, Indian, Chinese, Japanese, Norse, Siberian, and Northern Asian shamanic folklore. The world tree is often identified with the tree of life and also fulfills the role of an axis mundi, that is the center or axis of the world. It is also located at the center of the world and axis of the world. It is located at the center of the world and represents order and harmony of the cosmos. According to Loretta Sencuti, each part of the tree corresponds to one of the 3 spheres of the world. The treetops, heavens, the trunk is the middle world, or the earth roots is the underworld. Middle world or earth is what it is, and then the roots is the underworld, and is also associated with the classical element, which is top part fire, middle part earth, soil, ground, bottom part water. Its branches are said to reach the skies, and its roots to connect the human or earthly world with the underworld or subterranean realm. Because of this, the tree was worshipped as a mediator between the heavens and earth. On the treetops are located the luminaries, the stars, the heavenly bodies, along with the eagle's nest. Several species of birds perched among its branches. Humans and animals of every kind live under its branches, and near the roots is the dwelling place of snakes and every sort of reptiles. The imagery of the world tree is sometimes associated with conferring immortality, either by a fruit that grows on it or by a spring source located nearby. As George Leechler also pointed out, in some descriptions of this water of life may also flow the roots of the tree. According to Vladimir Toporov, animal species are commonly distributed along the parts of the tree between its roots. Figure chthonic animals such as snakes and frogs, but he also mentions aquatic animals such as otters, beavers, and fishes, as well as dragons. The middle part of the tree is reserved for hoofed animals such as deer or elk, sometimes bees. And on the topmost part perches the principal bird, or a pair of birds set on either side of the tree crown. The bird perches atop its foliage, often a winged mythical creature that represents a heavenly realm. The eagle seems to be the most frequent bird, fulfilling the role of a creator or weather deity. Its antipode is a snake or serpent creature that crawls between the tree's roots, being a symbol of the underworld. The world tree has also been compared to a world pillar that appears on other traditions and functions as separator between the earth and the skies, upholding the latter. Another representative akin to the world tree is a separate world mountain. However, in some stories, the world tree is located atop of the world mountain in a combination of both motifs. A conflict between serpent creatures and giant birds, an eagle usually, occurs in Eurasian mythologies. A hero kills the serpent that menaces a nest of little birds, and their mother repays the favor. A motif comparatively Julian day who dates to the Paleolithic. A parallel story is attested in the traditions of indigenous peoples of America, where the thunderbird is slotted into the role of the giant bird whose nest is menaced by a snake-like water monster. Romanian historian of religion Marcel Iliad is, in his monumental work Shamanism, Archaic Techniques of Ecstasy, suggests that the world tree was an important element in shamanist worldwide. Also, according to him, the giant bird hatches shamans in the branches of the world tree. Likewise, Roald Knudsen indicates the presence of the motif in Altaic shamanism. Representations of the world tree are reported to be portrayed in drums used in Siberian shamanistic practices. Some aspects of birds like the eagle, the raven, the crane, loon, and lurk are revered as mediators between worlds and also connected to the imagery of the world tree. Another line of scholarship points to a recurring theme of the owl as the mediator to the upper realm, and its counterpart, the snake, as the mediator to the lower realms of the cosmos. Researcher Kristen Pearson mentions Northern Eurasian and Central Asian traditions, wherein the world tree is also associated with the horse and with deer antlers, which might resemble tree branches. Now, Mircea Eliade proposes that the typical imagery of the world tree, bird at the top, snake at the root, is presumably in Oriental origin. Likewise, Roald Knudsen indicates a possible origin of the motif in Central Asia and later diffusion into other regions and cultures. Now, Central Asia, I would possibly go with. I would go more with the Sumerians because they've actually got a myth of a bird that's on top of the tree and a snake that's on the bottom of the tree. It's very, very interesting. So that is something that is something that's worth mentioning. It's actually pretty noteworthy. So what I want to do is I want to actually stop there when it comes to the World Tree, and I want to focus on this Axis Monday and kind of get into that, because that is something that is very, very important when it comes to this subject. Now, with that, I'm going to just get into it now. Now, the Axis Monday. In astronomy, Axis Mundi is the Latin term for axis of Earth between the celestial poles. In a geocentric coordinate system, this is the axis of rotation of the celestial sphere. Consequently, in ancient Greco-Roman astronomy, the axis Mundi is the axis of rotation of the planetary spheres within the classic geocentric model of the cosmos. In the 20th century comparative mythology, the term axis Mundi is also called the cosmic axis or world axis, the world pillar, center of the world, or a world tree, and it has been greatly extended to refer to any mythological concept representing the connection between heaven and earth, or the higher and lower realms. Mircea Eliade introduced the concept in the 1950s. Axis Mundi closely relates to the mythological concept of the Ophelos, or the navel of the world or cosmos. Items adduced as examples of the axis Mundi by comparative mythologists include plants, notably a tree, but also other types of plants such as a vine or stalk, a mountain, a column of smoke or fire, or a product of human manufacture such as a staff, a tower, a ladder, a staircase, a maypole, a cross, a steeple, a rope, a totem pole, a pillar, or a spire. Its proximity to heaven may carry implications that are chiefly religious: pagoda, temple, mount, minaret, church, or secular, the obelisk, a lighthouse, a rocket, skyscraper. The image appears in religious and secular contexts. The axis Mundi symbol may be found in cultures utilizing shamanic practices or animistic belief systems, in major world religions, and in technologically advanced urban centers. In Mircea Eliade's opinion, every microcosm, every inhabited region has a center, that is to say, a place that is sacred above all. Specific examples of cosmic mountains or centers include one from Egyptian texts described as providing support for the sky, Mount Mashu from the Epic of Gilgamesh, Adam's Peak, which is a sacred mountain in Sri Lanka associated with Adam or Buddha in Islamic and Buddhist tradition, respectively. Mount Qaf in other Islamic and Arabic cosmologies. The mountain Hara Berez in Zoroastrian cosmology. Mount Meru in Hindu, Jain, and Buddhist cosmologies. Mecca as a cosmic center in Sufi cosmology, with minority traditions placing it as Medina or Jerusalem. And in Tenerico, the Jaba at the Tenriko Church headquarters in Tenri, Nara, Japan. In pre-Islamic Arabia, some central temples include the Temple of Awam, where some central temples, including the Temple of Awam, were cosmic centers. There are multiple interpretations about the origin of the concept of the axis mundi. In psychological and sociological interpretation, suggests that the symbol originates in a natural and universal psychological perception, i.e., that the particular spot that one occupies stands at the center of the world. This space serves as a microcosm in order because it is known and settled. Outside the boundaries of the microcosm lies foreign realms that, because they are unfamiliar or not ordered, represents chaos, death, or night. From the center, one may still venture in any of the four cardinal directions, make discoveries, and establish new centers as new realms become known and settled. The name of China, meaning middle nation, is often interpreted as an expression of the ancient perception of the Chinese polity, or group of polities, occupied the center of the world, with other lands lying in various directions relative to it. A second interpretation suggests that ancient symbols such as the axis mundi lie in a particular philosophical or metaphysical representation of a common and culturally shared philosophical concept, which is that of a natural reflection of the microcosm, or existence at grand scale. In the microcosm, which consists of either an individual community, a community, or local environment that shares the same principles and structures as the microcosm. In this metaphysical representation of the universe, mankind is placed into an existence that serves as a microcosm of the universe, or the entire cosmos existence, and who, in order to achieve higher states of existence or liberation into the microcosm, must gain necessary insights into universal principles that can be represented by his life or environment in the microcosm. In many religious and philosophical traditions around the world, mankind is seen as a sort of bridge between either two worlds, the earth and the heaven, as in Hindi and Taoism philosophical and theosophical systems, or three worlds, namely the earth, heavenly, and the subearthly or infra-earthly, e.g. the underworld, as in the ancient Greek, Incan, Mayan, and ancient Egyptian religious systems. Spanning these philosophical systems is the belief that man traverses a sort of axis or path which can lead from man's current central position in the intermediate realms of heaven or sub-earthly realms. Thus, in this view, symbolic representations of a vertical axis represents a path of ascent or descent into other spiritual or material realms, and often capture a philosophy that considers human life to be a quest in which one develops insight or perfection in order to move beyond the current microcosm realm and to engage with the grand microcosmic order. In other interpretations, an Axis Mundi is more broadly defined as a place of connection between heavenly and the earthly realms, often a mountain or other elevated site. Tall mountains were often regarded as sacred, and some have shrines erected at the summit or base. Mount Kunlun or Kunlun fills a similar role in China. Mount Kailash is holy to Hinduism and several religions in Tibet. The Pitjantjara people in Central Australia consider Uluru to be central in both their world and culture. The Titi volcano was for the Canarian Aborigines, that's the Ganges, a kind of Axis Mundi. In ancient Mesopotamia, the cultures of ancient Sumer and Babylon built tall platforms or ziggurats to elevate temples on the flat river plain. Hindu temples in India are often situated on high mountains, e.g. Amarnath, Tirupati, and Vishnu, Devi, and then etc. The pre-Columbian residents of Teotihuacan in Mexico erected huge pyramids featuring staircases leading to heaven. These Amerindian temples were often placed on top of caves or subterranean springs, which were thought to be openings to the underworld. Jacob's ladder is an Axis Mundi image, as is the Temple Mount. For Christians, the cross on Mount Calvary expresses this symbol. The Middle Kingdom, China, had a central mountain, Kunlun, known in Taoist literature as the mountain at the middle of the world. To go into the mountains meant to dedicate oneself to spiritual life. As the abstract concept of Axis Mundi is present in many cultural traditions, the religious belief, it can be thought to exist in any number of locales at once. Mount Hermon was regarded as the Axis Mundi in Canaanite tradition, from where the sons of God are introduced, descending in 1 Enoch 6:6. The ancient Armenians had a number of holy sites, the most important of which was Mount Ararat, which was thought to be the home of the gods as well as the center of the universe. Now, Mount Ararat is also where the Christian Bible hints that Noah's Ark landed, by the way. That's just so I can point that out. That's not what I'm reading. So, likewise, the ancient Greeks regarded several sites as a place of earth. Omphalos, the navel stone, notably the Oracle of Delphi, while still maintaining a belief in a cosmic world tree, and in Mount Olympus as the abode of the gods. Judaism has the Temple Mount. Christianity has the Mount Olives, and Calvary. And Islam has the Kaaba, said to be the first building on earth, as well as the Temple Mount, Dome of the Rock. In Hinduism and Mount Kailash, in Hinduism, Mount Kailash is identified with the mythical Mount Meru and regarded as the home of Shiva. In Vajrayana Buddhism, Mount Kailash is recognized as a similarly sacred place. In Shinto, the Ise shrine is the Emphalos. Sacred places can constitute world centers with an altar or place of prayer at the axis. Altars, incense sticks, candles, and torches from the axis by sending a column of smoke and prayer toward heaven. It has been suggested by Romanian religious historian Mircea Eliade that architecture of sacred places often reflects this role. Every temple or place, and by extension every sacred city or royal residence, is a sacred mountain, thus becoming a center. Pagoda structures in Asian temples take the form of a stairway linking earth and heaven. A steeple in a church or a minaret in a mosque also serves as connections to earth and heaven. Structures such as the maypole, derived from the Saxon Irminsul, and the totem pole among indigenous people of the Americas also represents world axis. The calumet or sacred pipe represents a column of smoke, the soul, rising from the world's center. A mandala creates a world center within the boundaries of its two-dimensional space, analogous to the center of space analogous to to that created in three-dimensional space by a shrine. In the classical elements of the Vedic Pancha Bhota, the axis mundi corresponds to ether in quintessence. Now, after that, I'm going to go ahead and get to the next topic that I do want to talk about. I want to bring it up now, and that is going to be the let me see here. This is a tough one because I do want to go in order a certain way. So the next one is going to be, the next topic I am going to get into is the Agig Iro Fa. Now the Agig Iro Fa, also called the Iletfa, or the Tree of Life, the Vilag Fa, the World Tree, or Tetjetlen Fa, the tree without a top, is an element of Hungarian shamanism and native faith, and a typical element of Hungarian folklore and folktales, and is also a distinct folktale type. Several of these tales have versions of the Transylvanian, Germanic, Romanian, Romani, Serbian, Croatian, Bulgarian, and Turkish versions, and other cultures as well that are in Asia. But the origin of the Hungarian tales go back to the Teltos tradition of Hungarians. The Teltosok, or the shamans, are the humans who are entitled to climb up the Igig Uro Fa and wander in the 7 or 9 layers of the sky. One version of these tales is about the Kishkondas, or the small swineherd, who climbs up the tree to save the princess, who is held captive by a dragon, as told by the Villa Guru Svet Miklos tale. Now, the tree is a frequent element of certain funny tales, in which, for example, a gypsy climbs up into heaven and then down into hell. The world tree often grows out of a reindeer or a horse. It often carries among its branches the sun and the moon. This latter concept is typical of Uralic and Siberian people. The tree often stands on the world mountain, with its top in the sky and its roots in hell, where snakes and toads live. In the tales, birds often sit on top of the tree. For example, eagles, hawks, and mythical Hungarian bird, the turtle. Now, I do want to talk about the turtle. That's going to be coming up here very, very soon. So after I'm done here, I am going to go and discuss the turtle with you guys. I believe I already have it. I've got it set up here. I just want to make sure that I have it set up and ready to go next. So, and I also want to point out too that when you go and you read these stories, the ones especially about climbing up the tree, tell me that does not resonate. The beanstalk. That's a classic story that goes back. And I just wanted to point that out. That and that story apparently isn't just a humorous story. It actually goes back all the way to classic times, or ancient times, I guess, if you consider this stuff as being a part of ancient history. Because I know time's not linear. What's ancient in the Middle East isn't necessarily what's ancient in the Americas. At least I am aware of that. And I'm not saying that everything should be in the BCE area or era, you know what I mean? Because I understand that. So it's just, for me, a preference. It's just the way I feel about it, you know what I mean? Like, ancient times to me is this, and that's basically it. So, but that's something I did want to point out, is the beanstalk. So that really does stick out to you when you go through and you read about this. So the world tree often grows out of a reindeer or a horse. Here lately, I've been noticing that the reindeer is very, very important when it comes to Siberia. The Siberian people, they actually herd reindeers and use them like how most people here would use a horse for a carriage or something. They actually domesticate reindeers and use them the same way. So that's kind of cool, when you stop and think about it. So that's something else that I did want to point out. But I will be getting back to turtle here in a little bit. Now, Hungarian scholarship argues that the Arni Thomas Uther Index tail type AATH 468, a tail type that involves climbing a giant tree, is a reflection of ancient shamanic practices. In particularly, Hungarian-American scholar Linda Day, or how DEGH, based on an analysis of CA70 variants of Hungary and nearby countries, concluded that the type AATH 468, the tree that reached to the Sky is a Hungarian ethnic tale associated with the prehistoric shamanistic religion of ancient Hungarians and their linguistic kindred. Now, I do want to also get into that. The tree that reaches to the sky actually is also a part of another series. It's called The Giant Who Had No Heart in His Body. That's the one that I really do want to get into. I'm not going to do the tree that reaches to the sky right now. But it is good, or it's worthy to mention that if you want to check this out, this is a really good one. So I just don't want to have a whole conversation about the beanstalk, So the tree that reached to the sky, now that's a Hungarian ethnic tale associated with the prehistoric shamanistic religion of ancient Hungarians and their linguistic kindred. Slavicist Karol Horalek, studying variants of the Arne Thompson Uther Index, tail type ATU 302, ogre's heart in the egg, remarked that a particular Central European, in Hungary and neighboring countries version of this type shows the hero climbing a giant tree and arriving at a hidden upper realm. After a series of adventures, he marries a princess of this upper realm, and she gives him a set of keys, warning him never to open a certain door. He disobeys her and releases a villain of the tale, an episode very similar to the Russian tale Maria Morevna. Hungarian ethnographer Julia Ortute was of the opinion that the narrative was a valuable Hungarian tale. On the other hand, Karol Horalek suggests that the narrative developed a Hungarian archetype with its prominent feature in the tall tree and the actions that surrounded it. According to the scholar Christian Goldberg, further studies of tale type AATH 468 using the historical geographic method included that its characteristic motif is a shaman tree. The tale type is not widely known outside of Hungary. It shares episodes with other tale types, namely AT 300-310 or 300 through 310. In the same vein, Linda Day, in her tabulation of all known variations available to her, indicated that Type 46A included in its narrative sequence episodes of a small cycle of other tale types. The Dragon Slayer, Types 300 to 302, the I Don't Know Complex, Types 314, 530, and 532, the Bride of the Other World, Type 400, the Magic Flight, Type 300. According to her, combination with Type 301 appears in South Slavic variances, and with Type 400 in Romania. The tree features in an episode in the Hungarian television series Magyar Nemesek, which is the Hungarian folk tales, and then Who, with the title As Igig Iro Fa, the giant tree. So that's what we have there, and I'm going to stop on that topic, and I'm going to go into the turtle. Now, the eagle and the serpent is what I want to stay focused on, and then the world tree, because that stuck out to me whenever I was also studying the Sumerian mythologies and religions. So I do want to bring that up. So the turtle. The turtle is a mythical bird of prey, mostly depicted as a falcon in Hungarian tradition and Turkic tradition, and a national symbol of the Hungarians. The turtle is probably based on a large falcon. The Hungarian language word turtle meant one kind of falcon, and the origin of the word is currently thought to be most likely Turkic, which is the language of origin of over 10% of words in modern Hungarian lexicon, and the exonym Hungarian in the word Hun, tigris or tugrul, means a medium to large bird of prey of the family Accipitridae, goshawk, or red kite. In Hungarian, the word solyom means falcon. And there are 3 ancient words describing different kinds of falcons. That is Kerixin, which is in Greek, the Saker falcon. Then Zongor, which is Turkish. Sungur equals girl falcon, or Geyer falcon, which survives in the male name Songor and Turrell. So, excuse me again for my language on this. This is horrible. In the legend of Emis, recorded in the Gesta Hungarorum and the Chronicon Pictum, the turtle is mentioned as occurring in a dream of Emis when she was already pregnant. In older literature, this was interpreted as impregnation, but the text is clear. The turtle's role is one of a protector spirit that protects the infant Almos from harm. This is a very similar motif to the role of the Sumurg in the Iranian epic Shahnameh or Shahnameh. In the second dream by the leader of the Hungarian tribes, in which eagles, the emblem of the Pechenegs, enemies of the Hungarians, attacked their horses, and the turtle came and saved them. The image of the turtle and its role is similar to that of the Norse Vedfalner, which like it perched on the tree of life. The Huns reportedly also used the image of the eagle, which for them symbolized the leader. The image of a bird of prey was extremely popular in Scythian culture. More broadly, this image was common among the nomads of Central Asia. Rather than belonging to a specific ethnic group, it was widespread across the steppe, and the union of the falcon and the woman is firmly located in a shamanic religio-mythical universe. A prominent example among similar legends is that of the Mongols, contained in the Secret History of the Mongols, where Genghis Khan's mother-in-law dreams that an eagle holding the sun and the moon in its claws lands on her hand, in anticipation of the birth of the Mongolian royal dynasty. In some parts of Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhs and Kyrgyz carry falcons inside the yurt during childbirth, because their eyes are said to stave off demons that attack pregnant women during childbirth. MacDonald calls it a practical use of the falcon associated with fertility. A pair of silver discs of Tyrol motive was found in Rakomov, Hungary, from the 10th century Hungarian cemetery. This most beautiful ornament of noble Hungarian women was a pair of decorated discs hanging from the end of the hairband braid. Now, after that, I do want to get into the Yggdrasil. This is Old Norse. Now, the Yggdrasil is an immense and central sacred tree in Norse cosmology. Around its existence, all else, including the 9 worlds. No, around it exists all else, including the 9 worlds. Yggdrasil is attested in the Poetic Edda, compiled of 13th century from earlier traditional sources, and in the Prose Edda, compiled in the 13th century by Snorri Sturluson. In both sources, Yggdrasil is an immense ash tree that is central to the cosmos and considered very holy. The gods go to Yggdrasil daily to assemble at their traditional governing assemblies. The branches of the Yggdrasil extend far into the heavens, and the tree is supported by 3 roots that extend far away into other locations. One of the well Orelbrunner in the heavens, one to the spring Havergelmer, and another to the well Mimesbrunner. Creatures like the Yggdrasil creatures live within Yggdrasil, including the dragon Neohogr, an unnamed eagle, and the stags Dine, Valin, and then Dunir and Durfur. Scholars generally consider Hodmimis, Holt, Mimidior, and Laror to be names for the tree. The tree is an example of sacred trees and groves in Germanic paganism and mythology. And scholars in the field of Germanic philology have long discussed its implications. The generally accepted meaning of Old Norse Yggdrasil is Odin's horse, meaning gallows. This interpretation comes about because Drasil means horse, and Jagr, or Jagr, is one of Odin's many names. The Poetic Edda poem Havamal describes how Odin sacrifices himself by hanging from the tree, making this tree Odin's gallows. This tree may have been Yggdrasil. The horse of the hanged is a kinning for gallows, and therefore Odin's gallows may have developed into the expression Odin's horse, which then became the name of the tree. Nonetheless, scholarly opinions regarding the precise meaning of the name Yggdrasil vary, particularly on the issue of whether Yggdrasil is the name of the tree itself, or if only the full term Asker Yggdrasil, where Old North Asker means ash tree, refers specifically to the tree. According to this interpretation, Asker Yggdrasil, Asker Yggdrasil would mean the world tree upon which the horse is, which is Odin's horse, of the highest god, which is Odin, is bound. Both of these etymologies rely on a presumed but unattested Yggdrasil. A third interpretation presented by F. Detter is that the name Yggdrasil refers to the word Ygr, which is terror, yet not in reference to the Odinic name, and so Yggdrasil would then mean tree of terror, tree of terror gallows. F.R. Schroeder has proposed a fourth etymology according to which Yggdrasil means yew pillar, Y-E-W, pillar, deriving Yagia from Igwa, meaning yew tree, and Drossel from other, meaning support. Anatoly Lieberman argues that the name Yggdrasil originally refers to Odin's literal horse, later known mainly as Sleipnir. He explains the missings by suggesting that the original compound didn't mean Odin's horse, but Odin horse. The horse shared in the god's essence. This led to the kennings Asker Yggdrasil, literally the ash tree of Odin horse. But by the conventions of Old Horse poetry, the warrior of Odin horse, i.e. Odin, Yggdrasil Yggdrasil fell out of use as the name of Odin's horse, leaving the formula Asker Yggdrasil's obscure. It was reinterpreted to refer to the world tree, of which Lieberman believes the Norse had some conception before the name. Yggdrasil was attached to it. Finally, Asker Yggdrasil was simplified to Asker Yggdrasil, i.e., from the ash tree of Yggdrasil to the ash tree called Yggdrasil. In the Poetic Edda, the tree is mentioned in the three poems Völuspá, Havamal, and Grimnismal. Now, in the second stanza of the Poetic Edda poem Völuspá, the Volva, a shamanic seeress, reciting a poem to the god Odin, says that she remembers far back to earlier times. Being raised by Jotnar recalls nine worlds and 9 Adior, rendered in a variety of ways by translator Drunky or Drunk, for example, provides 9 wood ogresses. And when Yggdrasil was a seed, glorious tree of good measure under the ground. Now, in stanza 19, the Volva says, "When ash I know there stands, Yggdrasil in its name, a tall tree showered with shining loam. From there come the dews that drip in the valley. It stands forever green over Yordor's well. In stanza 20, the Volva says that from the lake under the tree come three maidens deep in knowledge, named Auror, Veroandi, and Skuld. The maidens incised the slip of wood, laid down laws, and chose lives for the children of humanity and the destinies, the Urlog of men. In stanza 27, the Volva details that she is aware that Heimdallar's hearing is coached beneath the bright, nurturing, holy tree. In stanza 45, Yggdrasil receives a final mention in the poem. The Volva describes as a part of the onset of Ragnarok that Heimdallar blows Jallar horn, that Odin speaks with Mimir's head, and then Yggdrasil shines the ash as it stands, the old tree groans, and the giant slips free. Havamal. In stanza 138 of the poem Havamal, Odin describes how he once sacrificed himself to himself by hanging on a tree. The stanza reads, I know that I hang on a wide tree 9 long nights, wounded with the spear dedicated to Odin, myself to myself, on that tree of which no man knows from where its roots run. In the stanza that follows, Odin describes how he had no food nor drink there, that he peered downward, and that I took up the runes, screaming I took them. Then I fell from there. Odin later used the knowledge of the sacred runes as a magical tool to give to humanity to increase human skills in magic and poetry. While Yggdrasil is not mentioned by name in the poem and other trees exist in Norse mythology, the tree is nearly universally accepted as Yggdrasil by scholars. And if the tree is Yggdrasil, then the name Yggdrasil directly relates to this story. Now, I can go on and read more of that, but I believe that I should probably go ahead and read something that pertains to the giant who had no heart in his body. So, this is a Norwegian fairy tale. Now, the giant who had no heart in his body is a Norwegian fairy tale collected by Edgerson and Moe. George MacDonald retold it as The Giant's Heart in Adela Cathcart. A version of the tale also appears in a Book of Giants by Ruth Manning Sanders. The king had 7 sons, and when the other 6 went off to find brides, he kept the youngest with him because he could not bear to be parted from them all. They were supposed to bring back a bride for him as well, but they found a king with 6 daughters and wooed them, forgetting their brother. But when they returned, they passed too close to a giant's castle, and he turned them all, but both princes and princesses, to stone in a fit of rage. When they did not return, the king their father tried to prevent the youngest brother from following, but he went. On the way, he gave food to a starving raven, helped a salmon back into the river, and gave a starving wolf his horse to eat. The wolf let the prince ride on him instead of showing him the giant's castle. The wolf let the prince ride on him instead and showed him the giant's castle, telling him to go inside. The prince was reluctant, fearing the wrath of the giant, but the wolf persuaded the prince to enter the castle, for there he would encounter not the giant, but the princess the giant kept prisoner. The princess was very beautiful, and the prince wanted to know how he could kill the giant and set her and his family free. The princess said that there was no way, as the giant did not keep his heart in his body, and therefore could not be killed. When the giant returned, the princess hid the prince and asked the giant where he kept his heart. He told her it was under the door sill. The prince and the princess dug there the next day and found no heart. The princess strewed flowers over the door sill, and when the giant returned, told him that it was because his heart lay there. The giant admitted it was not there and told her it was in the cupboard. As before, the princess and the prince searched to no avail. Once again, the princess strewed garlands of flowers on the cupboard and told the giant it was because his heart was there. Thereupon the giant revealed to her that, in fact, in a distant lake was an island upon which there sat a church. Within the church was a well where a duck swam. In the duck's nest was an egg, and in the egg was the giant's heart. The prince rode to the lake, and the wolf jumped to the island, and the prince called upon the raven, and he had saved. The prince called upon the raven he had saved from starvation, and it brought him the keys to the church. Once inside, he coaxed the duck to him, but it dropped the egg in the well first, and the prince called on the salmon to get him the egg. The wolf told him to squeeze the egg, and when he did, the giant screamed. The wolf told him to squeeze it again, and the giant promised anything if he would spare his life. The prince told him to change his brothers and their brides back to life, and the giant did so. Then the prince squeezed the egg into two and went home with the princess as his bride, accompanying him where his brothers and their brides and the king rejoice. Now, in a harsher version, the boy split the heart in two and eats it with the wolf, chopping off the giant's head and keeping it as a trophy. For international variants, you can also read The Death of Koski the Deathless. The tale was translated as Cinder Lad and His Six Brothers, and included in the compilation Fairy Stories for Children, Love Best of All. The Hungarian variant of the tale was adapted into an episode of the Hungarian television show Magyar Meszek, The Hungarian Folk Tales, who, with the title Kazuzu Ember, The Man with a Heart of Stone. In this version, three brothers depart home and arrive at a cottage where an old man lets them spend the night. When they leave the next day, the old man asks them to find him a bride. The brothers go to a kingdom and marry three princesses. On their way back, the couples pass by an old man's cottage. He petrifies 5 of them and takes the youngest princess for his wife. He reveals to her his heart is located inside a bird inside a mountain far away. Years later, a boy is born to the mother of the brothers and leaves home to find their whereabouts. On his way, he shares his food with a ram and a dove, which in return give him a hair and feather to summon the animals should the boy need. The story was retold by John Hurt as an episode of Jim Henson's The Storyteller. It takes a sadder tone as the prince befriends the giant after freeing him from years of captivity in his father's castle, and after journeying to the mountain to get the egg and eventually releasing his brothers, beseeches them not to break the egg containing the giant's heart, as he promised now to be good. The brothers break the heart, and the hill forms where the giant falls. So, let me see. I think that would be just enough to cover what I wanted to go over with this. I did want to get more involved in it, but like I said, this was kind of off the cuff. I really wanted to get into this on some other in some other areas and everything. You know what I mean? So I apologize for that. Maybe sometime later I can revisit this and everything, but I just find this interesting. This has a lot of Jack and Beanstalk, you know. It's very good stuff, and I figured it would be worth checking out and kind of getting into. I also want to get more into the stories when it comes to Odin and things of that nature, the Nordic mythologies, but mostly I do want to get into the Indo-European language and explore that more. So I do have a lot more that I am going to be a part of when it comes to doing the research on this, and I really do hope you guys enjoyed this. I still apologize about my bad reading. You know, I really wish I could read this stuff better where it sounds good. So if you guys enjoyed this, just, you know, leave a like, subscribe to the channel, make comments, you know, talk about this stuff in the comment section so that I can actually have a conversation with you. You know, I really do enjoy doing that with people. So just remember that if you want to have conversations about it, feel free to say something, because I do actually respond to people when it comes to the comments. So with that, I am going to end it now. I checked the chat areas. I didn't have any comments from anybody, so that's a good thing. That means I can get the hell out of here. I hope you guys enjoyed, and with that, I am going to go ahead and end the episode. So have a good day, guys. Greek form of his name is traditionally regarded as the founder of the religion Zoroastrianism, contains both monotheistic and dualist features. It's likely influenced the other major Western religions such as Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Okay, now that's what I'm basically saying. Like you can take Zoroastrianism and sit it right next to the New Testament Bible, and I mean, it would blow you away how similar these two religions are, okay? And that's kind of going back to what we were talking about with, like, Scientology, okay? I mean, Scientology, they just basically did the same thing, and it's known throughout history where they've just, like, they've merged things into one another where they want to have one religion, you know what I'm saying? And
May you give me the basic gist of Scientology, because I have my understanding of it and I like to develop more understanding based off of multiple understandings. And so how do you describe Scientology? Like if you had to define it to someone, how would you define it?
You want to say that, Pecos?
It is, in practice, it's a religion based around money and influence.
Can you elaborate?
I'd have to say it really is too, because I forgot her name, but she was the one who played the wife off of King of Queens. And,
yeah, I love that show.
She had a real big issue with him. She used to be a Scientologist, and
I remember she came out of it, and it was crazy.
She came out of it and started making some accusations, and even what's his name?
Tom Cruise.
No, the other one, the one that played John Travolta. John Travolta even had an issue with her because he's a Scientologist.
Oh yeah, see, they like to prop up their celebrities. You know, their celebrities are kings in their religions because they draw more people in. Now, on the religious side of things, it is a convoluted mess that has to do with, at one time in ancient history, a bunch of refugees from another planet arrived in spaceships that looked like DC-10 aircraft. I don't know why they said DC-10 aircraft. They look like DC-10 aircraft, and they crashed the aircraft into some evil dude crashed the aircraft into a volcano or some crap. And the refugees still exist on Earth to this day as, what's the name of the little spirits that attach themselves to you? The spirits of these people attach themselves to people, and they become a burden on their
leeches.
Spirit. Yeah, they become like spirits. And that's what they do at the mall, is they hook you up to a machine to test for those spirits.
You said at the mall?
Right. You remember the Scientologists used to always have booths in the mall to get tested to see.
Yeah. When I was a teenager, they were in Arizona. They actually would encourage kids to take these classes where you go in and you start reading material and stuff. And then they would have you stand around in a circle and play ping pong with each other to see what your coordination and shit was. But they would do weird things like that. And it was a series of tests that you had to go through in order to determine how smart you were and stuff like that.
Okay, so if you were attempting to convert someone to Scientology, what would be some incentive key points that would be presented in order for them to be more interested?
I couldn't tell you. I'm not a Scientologist.
Not you, but what would they use? I would like to know, how did they get people in? Because if you tell me, hey, you're going to be here and spend a whole lot of money, I'm not intrigued at all. I am not in at all. So there's something that they're offering. What are they offering?
First of all, I mean, people aren't being offered anything to become Scientologists. I mean, these people are just
because they
falling
offer
for it.
salvation and religion.
They're just falling for it. Is all they're doing. It's like, nobody comes to your house and freaking offers you money or anything like that when it comes to being a Christian. You know what I mean?
No, they offer you salvation. So yeah, I'm saying, what is the offer?
Well, the thing with Scientology is like L. Ron Hubbard was supposed to be the most intelligent man on the face of the earth. Like whenever they talk about him, like they say that he took an IQ test and they couldn't even score his IQ. So if you want to be intelligent like L. Ron Hubbard, then
you become a Scientologist. Okay. Now I see what
you see what I mean?
Infinite knowledge.
But that's basically it.
Yeah, I actually did watch the movie that was based off of one of his books that the Scientologists got together to make, and it wasn't a bad sci-fi movie. It didn't push the religion. Apparently what was in the movie was actually based on what's in their religion about the oppressive gods or the oppressive aliens that act like that overrule us, and there was another alien in there that sent us a message and a recording, and it actually wasn't a bad movie. I don't remember the name of it.
Oh, okay. I'm about. But
as long as you watch it as a sci-fi movie as it was intended, it's okay. It wasn't the greatest movie ever.
Right, but yeah.
Yeah.
It gave insight as to what's going on, or at least the beliefs in regards. Are there any type of movies or documentaries that talk about Scientology? I'm like,
all right. If you look in the chat, I posted a link to a Reddit page. And in that chat is a clip from South Park. And the clip from South Park actually goes into what the Scientologists believe. But it does it in the very South Park-like manner. I mean, but when they're showing the video describing what the Scientologists believe, that is it. They were not exaggerating in the video. There's the lead in and the trailing part, but that is actually a fairly good summary of the basis of their religion from Matt Parker and Trey Stone. Or Matt Stone.
And this L. Ron guy is the guy who started it?
Yeah.
On a bar bet.
On a bar bet. That part. That's a Church of Science. Oh, wow. We have one right here in Orlando. How nice. That's so great to hear.
They're everywhere.
I had no clue. Maybe I might have to go. I don't want to delete the time. They definitely.
Yeah, they're everywhere. I mean, it's like you turn around and you check it out, and you'll find out that they are everywhere. But,
just a warning. There's a chance we'll get clam baked just for doing this video.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that could be an issue.
And blood transfusion.
The thing that I wanted to point out too was like with Jack Parsons, okay? And like everybody makes it out like he's just all about, the freaking thing with Aleister Crowley and the worshiping stuff, but they seem to forget the fact that he was also the founder of JPL. I mean, and this man was a rocket scientist, okay? And JPL eventually got rid of him, supposedly. And then they said that frickin' he accidentally killed himself at a frickin' his own personal lab at home, okay?
Who said they,
Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons.
Okay, but who said they killed themselves?
This is general knowledge. Everybody says that. Okay.
Yeah, but they also said that.
Well, let me finish here. Let me finish here, because this is important now. That they claim that he killed himself, and we know that JP Labs has been involved in black projects. We know that they do reverse engineering. We know that frickin' they're associated with Area 51. So why wouldn't they take somebody like Jack Parsons and disappear him? Okay. So you're trying to tell me that a intelligent scientist who freaking knows how to build rockets before rockets went to the moon accidentally killed himself in his own personal freaking laboratory? Okay, that's the thing that I find mysterious about that, you know. And I don't know. I mean, then, you know, when I mentioned his ex-wife and everything, I didn't intend to freaking run off into the whole Scientologist area, you know what I mean? Because that's exactly what I'm talking about. It takes focus off of, you know, things that people aren't really paying attention to when it comes to Jack Parsons. You know, this man was affiliated with Aleister Crowley, but there's absolutely no evidence that Aleister Crowley was ever satanic. I hear everybody say that all the time. He was into dark magic, and there's a difference between dark magic and Satan worshiping, okay?
What's dark magic considered to be?
Dark magic is the opposite of all the good magic that you believe in, okay? The only thing they believe in is freaking taking shortcuts on the rituals that people who believe in white magic. It takes time and effort to freaking practice white magic. Dark magic believes that it can be achieved quickly through the use of demons and stuff like that. Okay, and that's what Aleister Crowley believed in. He wasn't a Satanist. He didn't get up there going, "Oh, holy Beelzebub." He never did that shit. You know what I mean? And the reason why I know that is because I played around with that crap when I was a teenager. I was one of those kids who wanted to learn about that stuff, so I checked it out. And I was also one of the idiots who believed that the Necronomicon was real. You know what I mean? So I started researching on that stuff before I was even an adult. And
so black magic is used to harm people. That's what the difference is.
Black magic is used to get frickin' effects quickly. Like, you don't have safety involved in it. You don't care if people are harmed or not.
That's like using a red candle for killing, because like I have my candles and we do candle magic, but you can use it for good or you could use it for negativity. You have
right. And the negativity would be
the black magic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I just looked it up because I thought.
But see, my whole thing is like everybody focuses on all of that, but they don't understand, you know what I mean? This was a man who believed in dark magic, but then was also freaking a rocket scientist who freaking founded JPL, who's associated with Area 51, who's participated in freaking dark projects, which JPL has, I should say, not necessarily Jack Parsons, but JPL has done this stuff. They're involved in reverse engineering, and they admitted openly that they do it with the Soviet Union's technology. You know what I mean? So you know it's happening. But that's one aspect that I noticed.
Electric, shining light, electric, shining light, electric, shining light, electric, shining light. We're swinging through the night, electric, shining light, electric, shiny like electric, shiny like electric, shiny like we're swinging through the night. Keep it running, keep it tight. Electric, shiny like we're swinging through the night. Keep it running, keep it tight. Keep it running, keep it tight. Getting crazy, getting wild. Getting crazy, getting wild. Keep it running, keep it tight. Getting crazy, getting wild. Getting crazy, getting wild. Keep it running, keep it tight. Keep it running, keep it tight. Getting crazy, getting wild. Keep it running, keep it tight. Keep it running, keep it tight. Ooh, and feel the fire, feel the fire. Keep it running, keep it tight. Ooh, and feel the fire, feel the fire, the fire. Ooh, and feel the fire. Keep it running, keep it tight. Passion and the beat takes us higher. Keep it running, keep it tight. Ooh, and feel the fire. Passion and the beat takes us higher. Getting crazy, getting wild. Passion and the beat takes us higher. Getting crazy, getting wild. Passion and the beat takes us higher. Getting crazy, getting wild. Keep it running, keep it tight.
Okay, lasciaten, okay, lasciaten, okay. Okay, lasciaten, okay, lasciaten, okay. Okay, lasciaten, okay, lasciaten. Okay, lasciaten, okay, lasciaten. Okay, lasciaten, okay, lasciaten. Okay, lasciaten, okay, lasciaten.
and all things shall he teach. Shall he teach, and all things shall he teach, shall he teach. For all these things I'll also bring to pass. For all these things I'll also bring to pass, and all things shall he teach. Shall he teach, and all things shall he teach, shall he teach. For all these things I'll also bring to pass. Unto him shall priests convey and offer gold, and MYRRH, and frankincense. For all these things I'll also bring to pass, and all things shall he teach. Shall he teach, and all things shall he teach, shall he teach. For all these things I'll also bring to pass. Unto him shall priests convey and offer gold, and MYRRH, and frankincense. For all these things I'll also bring to pass, and all things shall he teach. Shall he teach, and all things shall he teach, shall he teach. The dumb shall speak, the dumb shall speak, and all things shall he teach, the dumb shall speak. Demons shall he drive out, and of the dead there shall be an uprising. The dumb shall speak, and of the dead there shall be an uprising. Drunken, not discern, nor shall they hear, oppressed with feeble cars. The dumb shall speak, and of the dead there shall be an uprising, and all things shall he teach. Shall he teach, and all things shall he teach, shall he teach, and all things shall he teach. Shall he teach, and all things shall he teach, shall he teach. For all these things I'll also bring to pass.
That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. I am a cow. I am a cow. I am a cow. That was I am a cow. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. Okay, that's that then. 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 I had a cow. I had a cow. That was I had a cow. Pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. I had a cow. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. That was I had a cow. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. Pretty much it. I had a cow. That was pretty much it. I had a cow. That was pretty much it.
A spell and shadow demon connected to witches. Connected to witches. To witches. A vampire shadow demon. A vampire shadow demon, predator of children. A faceless shadow demon, faceless shadow demon, a vampire shadow demon, a vampire shadow demon, predator of children, the leader of all evil spirits of the air.
The cosmogony, together with the zoogony, is exceptional within the parameters of the work. The cosmogony, the cosmogony, together with the zoogony, the cosmogony, together with zoogony, is exceptional within the parameters of the work. Cosmogony, zoogony, the work. Sanchuniathon of Beirut gives the truest account concerning the Jews, since it agrees best with their places and their names. The cosmogony, together with the zoogony, is exceptional within the parameters of the work. The cosmogony, the cosmogony, together with zoogony, the cosmogony, together with zoogony, is exceptional within the parameters of the work. Cosmogony, zoogony, the work. Hand of Sanchuniathon, 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 hand of Sanchuniathon.
Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Let me bring love. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Let me bring love. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Let me bring hope. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Let me bring hope. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Where there is darkness, 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 darkness. Where there is darkness, 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 darkness. Let me bring your light. Where there is sadness, 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 sadness. Where there is sadness, 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 sadness. Let me bring joy. Where there is sadness, 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 sadness. Let me bring joy. Where there is one to another, never stopping. There is no pinnacle development, never stopping, never stopping. The moods flow from one to another, never stopping, never stopping, never stopping. Defined in the moment, defined in the moment, defined in the moment, and becomes 2 life forms, then 3, then 4, then 5. The birth and the death, the birth and the death, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 3, then 4, then 5, occur in the same instant. Winter turns to spring and the summer turns to autumn. Death is life. Achieve balance, 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 achieve balance, balance, achieve balance, achieve balance, harmony, 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 achieve balance, harmony, 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 achieve balance, harmony, harmony, harmony. Cause the energy to flow, flow, flow. Cause the energy to flow, flow, flow. Cause the energy to flow, flow, flow. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Let me bring love. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Let me bring love. Where there is hatred, 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 hatred. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Let me bring hope. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Let me bring hope. Where there is despair, 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 despair. Where there is darkness, 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 darkness. Where there is darkness, 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 darkness. Let me bring your light.
We were just talking about Mesopotamia yesterday.
Yeah. In the temple schools of Mesopotamia, students learned exorcism rituals, how to mix healing autonomants, perform astrology, and how to cure demonic possession. While these skills may seem archaic now, the temple schools actually served as the first medical schools. They even trained their students on the study of contract law, ethics, medical billing, and accounting. They were hubs of intellectual activity. The temple priests produced textbooks to train young ones, I guess. Thanks to the meticulous record keeping of the Sumerians, archaeologists are able to study their early medical knowledge and religious beliefs.
How strategic do you feel like the record keeping was? Because you know how some cultures have no type of records of anything, and then there's like a document for everything in these regards. How strategic do you think this was?
Well, the Sumerians were all about that. I mean, they were meticulous about keeping records, and the thing is, so is the Assyrians and the Babylonians, because they were they were like the progenitors, I guess you could say, of what the Sumerians were. They were what came out of the Sumerian cultures, even though they're like different altogether. Like their languages were different because the Sumerians ended up merging with the Akkadians, and then the Akkadians and the Akkadians just vanished. I mean, they vanished, and the Sumerians, their empire fell, but then there was the Assyrians that stepped in and just took over everything, you know. So they had the Sumerian language, which the Babylonians freaking kept intact, and it was important for their students to learn, or their priests especially, to learn Sumerian, even though the rest of their population wrote in Akkadian, and then eventually Semitic, you know, writings, because back then that was the big deal. Like Semitic writing was the most it was the most, or is the easiest to use, you know.
Why is that? Or if you know why is that? Well, is it just by demeanor or nature?
From what I've learned, the Sumerian language was very complicated in the way that it was written. Me let my cat out the door.
You have a cat? Oh my goodness! Your cat goes outside?
I'll be right back. Yeah.
By herself?
But yeah,
you let her outside in the wilderness?
I'll let him outside.
Him out in the wilderness? It's outside by himself?
He loves it out there.
And comes home?
I've had to force him to come in the house. The only thing he wants to come in the house for is food.
Stop playing. Are you kidding me? My cat is a cuddly buddly. She's hiding under the bed somewhere. She don't even like to be held, but she'll like to come up. Like lately, her new thing is jumping on my chest and just laying on my chest and staring at me. What's wrong with you, psycho? What are you doing? And she'll like sit in. I think because we play with each other, so she'll just like sit there and she'll just stare at me on the corner, and she'll literally just be staring. and staring. Like, you know how they make cats seem? She's like acting. It's like she knows that I've seen too many cat memes, and now she would like to play the part. She's insane all of a sudden. That's crazy. You let your baby outside by herself. I would never. She runs when I open the door, and we have a pool in the back, so she really trips.
I don't even.
They cannot stand with her.
I don't even know what to say about that. Now, the thing that you're saying about like the Akkadians' language was easier to write and to speak and stuff, and that's the reason why eventually everybody just kind of started doing the Akkadian language over the Sumerians. And it just phased out, you know. I mean, you're talking about like thousands of years, and like, you know how they have, you know, where we were just reading about the Ian of Horus and Isis and all that.
Yeah. Oh, can I ask you another question about Isis? Maybe you told me this. We talked about this. Isis and Esther. Is it portrayed that Isis and Esther are the same? Is there some type of
And who? Isis
and Ishtar.
Oh no, Ishtar. No.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. It was another lady, and I said that because
Now, Ishtar. Well, you might get somebody who's really hardcore into Zechariah Sitchin or come up with that. You know what I mean? But like, I just don't see that as being.
Wait, hold on. They're into what? Hold on, time out. They're into what?
That somebody that's like into like Zechariah Sitchin. Have you ever heard of Zechariah Sitchin?
No, can you tell me more?
Zechariah Sitchin is the one who came out with the Anunnaki and Nibiru, and how they were the aliens who came into Earth and genetically modified humans to where we could be smart and work for them as slave labor.
I didn't know it was a slave labor, because I know even the Pleiadians talk about Pleiadians. I think I say it wrong every time, but they were talking about us having some type of power given to us, and the people of Earth initially were gods, like I be saying, and then there was separation of the people, and the separation of the people wouldn't see, and maybe that was the aliens that she was talking about, and there were some that made the people weak instead of allowing them to maintain the power. So maybe that's 360.
The reason why I mentioned the whole thing about the Sumerians and stuff is because like when it comes to like magic, like the Greeks are the ones who started the great houses, like the Age of Aquarius and all of that. You know, they started grouping up the constellations and stuff, but before all of that happened, it was just the basics, you know what I mean? The astronomers back during the time of the Sumerians and even like the Babylonians, they didn't do stuff like that. They were into astronomy and they did it very well. It's just they didn't group them up like that.
See, and I didn't know. Like, I'm about to look up Zacharias and can you spell I'm going to need you to spell the aliens for me, but again, the name of the aliens that made the humans into slaves. Anunnaki. I heard that there's a movie about them, isn't it? Or no? Are you laughing? No. And I was about to tell you about the collected work of Aleister Crowley. I have that on Apple. I just haven't started reading it yet, but it says I completed 1%, but not really. And
Anunnaki is a movie. It's Anunnaki.
ANU. So it is a movie. See, I know I wasn't reading it. I heard it up. I'm not only Anunnaki, but the Anunnaki, Anunnaki is something religious. Oh, look at the rainbow! Oh my goodness, it rained and it's such a pretty rainbow now. Okay, but okay, but that's so nice. Anunnaki, here you go. And
Yeah, they have these pictures right here they like to do on the Wikipedia, which is the Anunnaki. Let me see if I got that showing on the stream. No. Yeah, let me see here. Anunnaki images.
I'm looking for that versus.
There you go. I don't know if you can see that or not.
Yeah, I can. I had it too zoomed in. See,
Now,
look, that's crazy.
The Anunnaki is supposed to be the deity that's sitting down, okay? And if you look at him, if he was to stand up, he would be taller than the images that are facing him.
Yeah, his legs look like the height of their body.
So the Anunnaki are supposed to be like giants, and they're supposed to live very, very long lifespans compared to what we live. Now, freaking, you notice over here that you got this one that's looking away from
him, on the left
not
side,
towards him. I know that has some significance. I just can't remember what it is exactly. Over here you have the wheat, which is all around right there, which represents freaking crops and stuff like that, because with the Sumerians the crops were very important.
I was looking for why the figure was looking away. Mankind's forgotten creators, reign of the Anunnaki, meet the Mesopotamian demons, definitely not.
But these are some of the stuff that Zechariah Sitchin got into. And he was really into all that. I mean, like really into it. He would he's the one that pretty much inspired ancient astronauts and stuff like that.
He inspired. Wait, hold on. He inspired
them. Yeah, when you hear about ancient astronauts and stuff, he's the one who actually inspired people into believing in ancient astronauts. A lot of people criticize him today for a lot of the stuff that he said. But
like what? Like what for his beliefs in the?
Well, he came out with a book called The 13th Planet, and the thing is there isn't 13 planets, you know. And he had something that he said that the first planet would start from the outside, the outer part of the solar system, and then the last planet would be the one closest to the sun, because as a spaceship comes into our solar system, that's how they would perceive the planets. The first one would be the first planet they encountered. You see, so the 13th planet would be the 13th planet closest to the sun. And back then he said that there was Tiamat, and there was the planets that were in our solar system wasn't the same as what they are now.
So you know how there's like a Sirius B and a Sirius A planet? Have you heard of this now?
Sirius A and they're talking about Sirius as the constellation, right?
Yeah, well, no. So, okay, well, maybe you're telling me something, but just from what I heard and what I experienced, supposedly it's supposed to be an advocate for those two to become recognized as actual planets.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Strange Stories. I'm Roger Hanson, and I am here to bring you yet another strange story. I've been focusing on Japan and going through some of the stuff there that's going on. This week, or last week, I was talking to you about the Kappa and all the strange stuff there with that. Now I'm going to move on to the Kayataki Tunnel, which is in Kyoto, Japan. Now, I was getting ready to get into the reading and everything before I realized that I didn't actually start the episode. So now is where I just go ahead and start the episode and get on with the reading. Hope you guys enjoy. Now, the Kayataki Tunnel in Kyoto is rumored to be haunted by laborers who died during its construction. During its construction, drivers report ghostly apparitions, unexplained mechanical failures, and an oppressive sense of dread. Now that is something too that I do want to mention, and not too many people talk about that. But in Japan, that's the one thing that's most that's really the scariest when it comes to Japan. It's they get this really bad feeling of dread that comes over them. And that's really something right there that I believe needs to actually be talked about too. So I just realized that that's going to end up changing on me the moment I switch from this scene to another, or from this browser tab to another. So I'm going to switch that to a picture and do that instead of doing what I have on there. So I'm going to go ahead and start that up with what I was going to do before previously, because I thought that I could do that, and I wasn't thinking it through. But let me go ahead and get on with it. Now, what I was saying was there's a lot of stories that are connected with this feeling of dread that comes over people who are being haunted in Japan. There's actually a lot of dark stories, a lot of dark movies about that, about the hungry ghosts and stuff of that nature. And from what I've been finding out, there's a lot more than just the hungry ghost. It's there's a whole bunch of spiritual entities that the Japanese believe in, and this goes back thousands of years, and I find that pretty interesting. It's actually weaved its way into its culture through plays and films and art and all of this, you know what I mean? And I've said it before, I think that there's like this underlying sense of guilt with the Japanese society, or their society, because of the things that they believed in, and they've had a hard time overcoming, and things of that nature. From what I've been reading, at least. That doesn't mean the Japanese are bad people. I'm just saying that, it does happen. Like when you take a look at what we've been going through already, like the suicide forest. These people are voluntarily going to this forest to commit suicide. This is a really, really deep psychological issue that they're having. So I just find it really, really odd, and it really is an interesting part of the world when it comes to this kind of stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and continue reading now. Now, Kyoto's rich culture and history has a tapestry of ghostly legends and eerie tales woven into it. As the sun rises over the city's ancient landscape, the air is thick with stories of the supernatural. This guide takes the most adventurous thrill seekers in a spine-tingling journey through some of Kyoto's most haunted locations, including the infamous Kyoto Tunnel and the mystical temples of eastern Kyoto. Explore the dark mysteries of this beautiful city where your next supernatural adventure may be awaiting. Start your day like the peaceful beginning of a horror film, with a scenic train ride to Arashiyama, a picturesque district on the outskirts of Kyoto. The journey offers stunning views of the countryside with a lush greenery and serene riverside setting, the tone for an adventurous day. The area is famous for the breathtaking lush Arashiyama bamboo forest and the historic Tenryuji Temple, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. For the first haunting attraction of the day, delve into the chilling history of Kyoto Tunnel, said to be one of Japan's most haunted sites. Constructed in the early 20th century, the tunnel is 444 meters long and is tied to several deaths, including construction workers who died of harsh working conditions, freak railway accidents, and executions. Several people have reported a ghost woman in white who appears at the tunnel's entrance, beckoning the curious to enter, only to disappear into the mist. Rumor has it that the woman leaped to her death from the road above the tunnel entrance. After a spine-chilling morning, indulge in a delicious Japanese meal at the traditional restaurant of Arashiyama. Consider dining at a place known for its local specialties, such as Yadofu Tofu Hot Pot, or seasonal kaseki, showcasing the flavors of Kyoto. That was an advertisement if I've ever heard one. Okay, now after fueling up, head to Cheonan Temple, one of Kyoto's most important Buddhist temples, and home to a bell with a spooky backstory. The giant bell is said to be associated with a tormented spirit who was wronged in life. Legend has it that the spirit was so pained by its circumstances that it transformed into a vengeful entity, seeking solace through the bell's toll. Visitors have reported feeling a sense of unease in the vicinity of the bell. Your next step is Kadaiji Temple, known for its serene beauty and its eerie well. This temple, with its stunning gardens and zen-like atmosphere, contrasts sharply to the legend of the vengeful spirit said to dwell in the well. According to local folklore, the well is the resting place of a heartbroken woman who tragically perished. Visitors claim to hear faint whispers when standing near the well, and some even report feeling a cold breeze that brushes past them, as if the spirit is still lingering, waiting for closure. Walking through Gyeon at dusk as dusk falls, take a leisurely stroll through the Gyeonggi-Kyosho's historic geisha district. The streets are lined with wooden machaya houses. This soft glow of lanterns creates a hauntingly beautiful backdrop. You might even hear the faint footsteps of a geisha from the past. Your final destination is Rakudo Chinaji Temple, a site believed to be a gateway to the underworld. The temple's name is derived from the six paths of reincarnation in Buddhism, symbolizing the cycle of life and death. Each path represents a different realm, ranging from heavenly beings to hellish demons. Visitors are often captivated by the temple's serene ambience, yet the underlying theme of the afterlife lends an unsettling charm to this sacred space. At Rakudo Kanoji, you'll find another well, which is said to connect the realm of the living with the dead. Local legends abound regarding encounters with demons and spirits at this well. Some visitors recount chilling experiences where they felt a presence watching them, or even caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure out of the corner of their eye. From the chilling Kayataki Tunnel to the serene yet eerie wells of Karaji and Rakudo Chinoji, Kyoto offers beautiful sights with a hint of the unknown. Visit this captivating location and immerse yourself in the eerie atmosphere. Remember to be respectful and mindful, though particularly at religious sites. So that was the article that I wanted to read to you, and it's the travel guide for Kanoji Tunnel. Now, I went and I checked this out, and there really isn't all that much about it. There's a lot more hype than information when it comes to this haunted tunnel. Just to let you know, there is a lot of spooky stories when it comes to the temple and everything, all of it included, but the tunnel itself has very little information. and that's kind of what I've had to experience with a lot of the situations when it comes to with dealing with Japan. There's a lot of places that are supposed to be haunted, but they're not. And then there are places that are haunted, but they really don't have anything that really stands out too much to you. Now, there's little bitty ones that I noticed on here that kind of stuck out, like the vengeful spirit, and I've covered that in some of the past episodes about the different kinds of spirits and the vengeful ones. This is why I really do want to dive into the hungry spirit and go over that, because there's a lot of good stuff there that I do believe that that would be fascinating to cover. It's like I said, you know, a lot of people don't realize what they're talking about when they say they want to be Buddhist, or they're just like part-time Buddhists because they don't practice what they preach, you know what I mean? Because, like, if you're a Buddhist and you have addictions, okay, you smoke dope and you get drunk all the time and you're belligerent, you're treating your family bad, all of that, if you're a Buddhist, comes back to haunt you in the afterlife. Now, I don't know how true Buddhism is, and it's not, you know, but I do know it's very disciplined, and my beliefs don't particularly say, that you go to a Buddhist heaven if you're a Christian, or you go to a Christian heaven if you're Buddhist. I personally believe that in life we're building what's to come in our life. You know what I'm saying? And we create our life today. Like if we're having a bad life, that's usually because we created it. And the same goes for death. While we're alive right now, we are actually creating the heaven or the hell that we're supposed to be going to, because we're manifesting it. That's how I personally feel about it. So these beliefs and what they're connected to, I think people really need to stop and take a look at that. If you're calling yourself a Buddhist and you're practicing these things, you really do need to stop and take a look at what it is you're doing it. I've known people who are Buddhists who are so big on, I can't say a cuss word, and I can't do this, and I gotta act appropriate, but then they'll go and they'll smoke dope and get drunk and get high, you know what I mean? And they don't understand that that's all a part of the freaking Hungry Ghost too. In the end, you're going to end up a spirit, according to your own religion, you're going to end up a spirit with just nothing but a hunger for dope. For me personally, I like I said, if I said it before, if you don't want that kind of hell, if you don't want to create that kind of hell for yourself, then you might want to rethink being a Buddhist. It's just like being a Christian. A lot of the beliefs that you have as a Christian, if you're not willing to go according to those texts and the discipline that goes with it, then you're going to create that hell that's within that text, because that's what you believe in, so just kind of tread lightly, because that stuff is real. This stuff is real. It will come back to get you, so just that's my take on it. So I could be wrong, but I really doubt that I am, to be honest with you. I really do doubt that I am. Now, I did want to go over some things that I did pull up. I've been having an issue on where I wanted to read this stuff off, and it has to do with a lot of this that I wasn't really able to get into before, but I think I will now. This has a little bit to do with the hungry spirits, and has to do with samsara. So I'm gonna go over a couple of things. Now, I was kind of drawn between talking about Anika or Shimbutsu Shagu first. I could, I guess I could talk about the syncretic thing about it, and go from there. Now, Shimbutsu Shugo is often translated as the amalgamation of Kami and Buddha. It represents one of the most fascinating and complex aspects of Japanese religious history. The syncretic tradition, which blended Shinto and Buddhism, shaped the spiritual landscape of Japan for over a millennium. Shimbutsu Shugo reflects the adaptive and integrative nature of Japanese culture, where two distinct religious systems merge to form a harmonious spiritual practice. Now, I do want to also mention earlier, I said that they merged together without any kind of frustration, but there was issues when it came to that, so I wanted to clear that up. I went back over it, and wanted to make sure I cleared that up. But they did merge together relatively good. So, Buddhism arrived in Japan from Korea and China during the 6th century CE. Initially met with resistance, it gradually gained acceptance due to its association with advanced knowledge, art, and political legitimacy. As Buddhism established itself, it encountered Shinto, Japan's indigenous religious traditions centered on kami, and that's spiritual entities or deities. Now, Shinto was, which lacked a codified theology or scriptures, was rooted in the veneration of nature, spirits and ancestors. Ritual purity and harmony with the natural world were central tenets. Unlike Buddhism, which offered a sophisticated cosmology and doctrine, like karma and reincarnation, Shinto was more practical and ritualistic. Rather than competing, Shinto and Buddhism began to influence one another. This syncretism was not enforced but emerged organically as Japanese rulers and religious leaders sought to harmonize these systems. By the Nara period, which is between 710 and 794, the two traditions were deeply intertwined. Now, I do also want to mention too that Shinto is still worshipped in Japan. Sometimes, if you're lucky, if you're over there, you'll see like people going out into the woods or the boundaries of the woods, and they'll sacrifice like chickens and stuff. And that's the reason why they're doing it, is they're worshiping Shinto deities. So I found that pretty interesting when I did my research, because a lot of people don't realize that. They think that like Japanese and the Koreans and all of the Chinese are all, atheist and all that stuff, and it's not true. A lot of them still do that, and I don't care what anybody says. I still believe that paganism is a form of religion. I think that the term paganism was vilified, and that's basically the way I feel about it. I'm not a pagan, but I've actually checked out a lot of their stuff, and I respect it. I have a lot of respect for what they believe in. So now let me find out exactly where I am now. Shimbutsu Shugo is not a single doctrine, but a collection of practices and beliefs that integrated Shinto kami with Buddhist teachings. Key elements include Hanji Sujaku. This doctrine posits that Shinto kami are a manifestation of Buddhist deities. According to Hanji Sujaku, the original ground, which is Hanji, refers to the Buddhist deity, while the manifest traces, Sanjuku or Sujiku, are the kami. For example, Amaterasu, the Shinto sun goddess, when seen as a manifestation of Dainichi Nyorai, the cosmic Buddha. Then Hachiman, a Shinto deity of war, was associated with Amitabha Buddha. Now, Shinto shrines and Buddhist temples often shared rituals and spaces. Priests performed both Shinto and Buddhist ceremonies, and festivals incorporated elements of both traditions. Buddhist temples frequently housed kami statues, and Shinto shrines displayed Buddhist sutras or relics. This blending of imagery symbolized the interconnectedness of the two systems. Shimbutsu Shugo gave rise to institutions like the Jingu-ji shrine temples, where Shinto and Buddhist worship coexisted. Monks often served as shrine caretakers, and rituals were conducted for both kami and Buddhists. The syncretism began to formalize during the Nara period. Buddhist temples were often built near Shinto shrines. The rituals sought to harmonize kami with Buddhist teachings. For example, Todaji or Jai temple in Nara enshrined both Buddhist and Shinto elements, symbolizing the fusion of the two traditions. During the Heian period, the Hanji Sujaki theory gained prominence. Buddhist monks began interpreting kami as local manifestations of universal Buddhist principles. This integration allowed Buddhism to gain widespread acceptance while preserving Shinto traditions. The rise of Pure Land and Zen Buddhism further influenced Shimbutsu Shugo. Temples and shrines continued to blend practices, and syncretic deities like Hachiman Daibosatsu, a combination of Hachiman and Buddhist Bodhisattva, Bodhisattva became popular. So after that, I want to move on. Okay, Shimbutsu Shugo reached its peak during the Muromachi period. The distinction between Shinto and Buddhist became increasingly blurred, and shared festivals and rituals flourished. Hachiman, originally a Shinto deity, became one of the most prominent syncretic figures, revered as the protector of warriors. He was also identified with Buddhist bodhisattvas, symbolizing the martial and spiritual dimensions of Japanese cultures. Located in Nara, Kasuga Shrine and Kafuka-ji Temple exemplify the coexistence of Shinto and Buddhist practices. The shrine honors kami associated with the Fujiwara clan, while the temple enshrines Buddhist deities. The Kamanu shrines in the Kii Peninsula became find out real quick. It sounds like that might be the case. Oh man. Hit refresh on YouTube. I hate when I do stuff like that. Yeah. That's what it sounds like. No, it's actually working, so we've got that straightened out. I had to turn the mic on, so that was the issue. I don't quite know exactly what's going on. I'm gonna hope that everything is going fine. I just want to get this straight. Okay, so that sounds good. Yeah, there we go. Check out. Alright, so we've got it all set up and going on. I apologize. I just wanted to make sure everything was organized and ready to go before I continue. Now, the Kumano shrines in the Key Peninsula became pilgrimage centers for both Shinto and Buddhist devotees. The shrines honored kami associated with natural landscapes, interpreted as manifestations of Buddhist principles. The Meiji restoration in 1868 marked a turning point for Shibutsu Shugo. The government sought to modernize Japan by separating Shinto from Buddhist, promoting Shinto as the state religion. This led to the Shimbutsu Bunri Edict, which forcibly divided shrines and temples, the destruction of Buddhist artifacts in Shinto shrines, and vice versa, the persecution also of Buddhist monks, and the suppression of Socratic practices. Despite these efforts, elements of Shimbutsu Shugo persist in Japanese culture. Many modern festivals, rituals, and religious sites retain traces of the Socratic tradition. And that's kind of where I was getting at with Japan started going into this phase where they wanted to modernize and be sophisticated, and that's probably why they adapted Buddhism too, is because they noticed that they had the culture and the art and the sophistication, so they went with it, and it blended Shinto into it. And then right there, they persecuted people who worship Shinto. But like I said, most of the time, if you're over there, you can catch people who still practice it. It still goes on. So, with that, I wanted to also get into Anika, or Anika, however you spell it, Anika. Now, Anika, Anicca, also spelled Anika, or Aniccha, or Anitya, Anitya, in Sanskrit, is a foundational concept in Buddhist philosophy. It is one of the three marks of existence. Tilakkhana, alongside dukkha, suffering, and anatta, non-self. Anicca emphasizes the transient nature of all things, asserting that nothing in the universe is permanent. This understanding is central to Buddhist teaching and has profound implications for the way individuals perceive life, reality, and the path to enlightenment. The term Anicca is derived from the Pali word a, which is not, and Nika, which is permanent. Thus it translates to not permanent or impermanence. In Sanskrit, the equivalent term is anitya, which carries the same meaning. Anika applies to all conditioned phenomena, including physical objects, emotions, thoughts, and even states of being. It posits that everything is in a constant state of flux, arising and passing away, moment by moment. Buddhism teaches that all material things are subject to change. Mountains erode, rivers shift their course, and even stars burn out. This constant transformation is a fundamental characteristic of existence. The human mind is equally transient. Emotions, thoughts, and perceptions are fleeing, arising and dissolving rapidly. This instability highlights the futility of clinging to mental states or seeking permanence in the intangible. Anika is closely tied to the concept of dependent or origination, paticca samuppada, which explains that all phenomena arises due to specific due to specific causes and conditions. Which explains that all phenomena arises due to specific causes or conditions. When these causes and conditions change, the phenomena also changes, reinforcing the principle of impermanence. The recognition of impermanence can be unsettling, but it is also a key to liberation in Buddhism. It encourages individuals to confront the transient nature of life and cultivate detachment from worldly attachments. Anika explains why relationships, possessions, and even life itself are impermanent. This understanding helps individuals navigate loss and change with greater equanimity. Suffering, which is dukkha, often arises from resistance to impermanence. By accepting anicca, individuals can reduce their suffering as they learn to let go of the futile desire for permanence. While impermanence can bring loss, it also enables growth and renewal. Anicca underscores the potential for transformation, reminding us that negative experiences are not eternal and that positive change is always possible. Meditative practices such as vipassana, insight meditation, focuses on observing the impermanent nature of sensations, thoughts, and emotions. By directly experiencing anicca, practitioners develop detachment and mindfulness. Anicca is a cornerstone of mindfulness practices. Observing the constant arising and passing of phenomena fosters a deeper awareness of the present moment. Understanding and accepting anicca is essential for progressing on the Buddhist path. It helps dissolve attachment and delusions, paving the way for insight and eventual liberation, which is nirvana. The principle of impermanence has applications beyond Buddhist practices. It can shape how individuals approach challenges, relationships, and personal growth. Anicca teaches resilience in the face of change, recognizes that recognizing that difficult times are temporary can provide comfort and motivation to persevere. By embracing impermanence, individuals can cultivate gratitude and mindfulness, savoring the beauty of fleeting moments. Understanding Anika encourages detachment from material possessions and unhealthy relationships, fostering inner peace. Buddhist texts often use the metaphor of a river to illustrate Anika. A river appears constant, but is continually changing as new water flows through it. Similarly, life is a continuous process of change. Another common analogy is the flame of a candle. Though it seems steady, the flame is in constant flux as it consumes wax and oxygen. This symbolizes the ephemeral nature of existence. Sorry about that. In Theravada traditions, Anika is emphasized in meditative practices and teaches on the Four Noble Truths. It is central to understanding suffering and the path of liberation. The distinction between the Four Noble Truths and the Five Noble Truths in various Buddhist traditions stems from differences in interpretation. Now, hold on a minute. There's some mistakes I had to make in here on the writing. Yeah, okay. The distinction between the Four Noble Truths and the Five Noble Truths in various Buddhist traditions stems from differences in interpretation. Doctrine emphasizes doctrinal emphasis in religion and regional or sectarian development within Buddhists over time. Let's break this down to understand the nuances. The Four Noble Truths are universally recognized as the core teachings of the Buddha, encapsulating his insight into the nature of suffering and the path of liberation. These truths are Dukkha, the truth of suffering. All existence involves suffering or dissatisfaction. Then you have Samudaya, the truth of the origin of suffering. Suffering arises from craving or attachment. Then you have Nirodha, the truth of the cessation of suffering. Liberation is possible by overcoming craving. And notice that this is talking about craving. It's mentioned it twice. And attachment. And you have Magga, the truth of the path to the cessation of suffering. The Eightfold Path leads to liberation. These truths from the foundation of early Buddhist teaching found in the Pali Canon, particularly in the Dhammacakkappavattayānaniyana Sutta. That's the best you're going to get from me. The Buddha's first sermon, basically. Now, in some Buddhist schools or practices, an additional truth is introduced, leading to the concept of the Five Noble Truths. The fifth truth varies depending on the context and tradition, but often serves to expand or emphasize certain aspects of the original teachings. Here are two common interpretations. Some Mahayana schools interpret the fifth truth as a broader acknowledgement of ultimate reality or shunyata, emptiness. This truth emphasizes that all phenomena are devoid or emphasizes that all phenomena are devoid of intrinsic existence. complementing the understanding of suffering and liberation from the deeper ontological insight. Another interpretation adds the truth of pratityasamutpada, that's the dependent origination, and that as the fifth truth. That is, as the fifth truth. So, this emphasizes the interconnected nature of all phenomena, explaining how suffering and liberation are not isolated events, but part of a complex web of causes and conditions. Early Buddhism focused on the practical teachings of liberation encapsulated by the Four Noble Truths. Later, Mahayana and Vajrayana, I've always had a hard time saying that one, Vajrayana traditions expanded these teachings to incorporate more metaphysical and philosophical dimensions, leading to the addition of the fifth truth. As Buddhism spread across Asia, it encountered diverse cultures and philosophies which influenced its interpretation and practice. Some traditions sought to integrate local beliefs or emphasize certain doctrine points, resulting in variations like the Five Noble Truths. Different schools of Buddhism often emphasize particular aspects of particular aspects of the Dharma. For instance, Theravada focuses on the Four Noble Truths as the complete and sufficient teaching, while some Mahayana interpretations expand on these to include additional truths or principles. The addition of a fifth truth can also serve as a teaching method, helping practitioners grasp the broader implications of the Buddha's teachings in relation to their specific practices or philosophical outlooks. The distinction between the Four and Five Noble Truths reflects the diversity within Buddhism and the adaptability of its teachings to different contexts. While the Four Noble Truths remain the cornerstone of all Buddhist traditions, the introduction of the fifth truth in some practices highlights the dynamics and evolving nature of Buddhist thought, accommodating deeper exploration of reality and interconnectedness. Both approaches ultimately aim to guide practitioners towards the cessation of suffering and the realization of liberation. Mahayana schools expand on anicca by integrating it with the concept of sunyata, emptiness. They teach that all phenomena lack inherent existence and are impermanent. Zen emphasizes direct experience of impermanence through mindfulness and meditation. Its teachings often use poetry and koans to highlight the transient beauty of life. The concept of anicca is influenced literature, art, and philosophy worldwide. In Japanese cultures, it aligns with the aesthetic principle of wabi-sabi, which finds beauty in imperfection and transience. Anicca also resonates with existentialist philosophy, which explores the impermanence of human existence. Now, wabi-sabi, I believe I have that too. I'm not quite sure. I'm going to have to go and check in my documents file, because I've got a whole lot of documents. Trust me, everybody loves to talk to me about my documents. So let me come in here real quick. I believe I've got them. I'm not going to say I do. No, I don't think I do. Wabi-sabi is also another interesting conversation. If you ever have a chance to check that out, I would recommend actually doing that, because it is some pretty good reading right there. Yeah, I don't have it. That sucks. Now, after that though, I do want to go to another topic. I want to go to another topic after this, but I do want to finish this up. I wanted to talk about wabi-sabi, but I'll go ahead and switch, not do that. Now, Anika, the Buddhist principle of impermanence, offers profound insights into the nature of existence. By understanding and embracing Anika, individuals can cultivate resilience, mindfulness, and inner peace. It challenges us to let go of attachments, appreciate the present moment, and embrace the inevitability of change. Now, these are tools that you can use if you want to, as a lot of clown world believers like to say, escaping samsara. This is how you do it. Okay, that's it. These are the practices that you have to practice in order to escape samsara, if that's possible, as a Buddhist. Just saying. But anyhow, after that, I want to go and I want to start talking about Sagaki. Now, that is after talking about Anika, which is a positive thing that you can do for yourself. Okay, but now we want to go and start talking about Sagaki. Sagaki, or the feeding of the hungry ghost, is a Buddhist ritual performed to alleviate the suffering of wandering spirits, or gaki. These spirits, often depicted in Buddhist lore as being tormented by insatiable hunger and thirst, are thought to be the souls of those who died in a state of great attachment, greed, or unresolved anguish. The ritual serves both as a compassionate offering to these spirits, and as a reminder to the living about the consequences of excessive desire and neglect of spiritual well-being. Now, the concept of hungry ghosts, or pretas, originates in early Indian Buddhism and is closely associated with karmic consequences. According to the Buddhist cosmology, the Preta realm is one of the 6 realms of existence, a state where beings suffer due to their overwhelming craving and inability to satiate their desires. Sagaki was introduced in Japan during the Heian period between 798 and 1185 as part of the broader Buddhist practice of ancestor veneration. Over time, it became integrated into the annual Obon festival, which honors the spirits of ancestors and ensures their well-being in the afterlife. Sagaki, however, specifically addresses spirits that have no family to care for them, those forgotten or neglected, and aims to guide them towards peace and enlightenment. Performing Sagaki requires meticulous preparation, as the ritual's success depends on creating an environment conducive to spiritual communication and compassion. Key elements include Sagaki is typically performed in temples, although it can also be conducted in homes or outdoor spaces. The chosen locations should be tranquil and free from distraction to allow participants to focus on the ritual's intent. The altar is central to the Sagaki ritual and is arranged with offerings to attract and appease these spirits. Items commonly placed on the altar includes rice, vegetables, and fruits, and they are the primary offerings as they symbolize nourishment. These are often served in small portions to represent humility and sharing. A bowl of pure water is essential, symbolizing purification and quenching of thirst. Lit incense sticks are placed on the altar to create a fragrant atmosphere and serve as a medium for prayers to reach the spirits. Candles provide light, guiding the spirit towards the altar and symbolizing enlightenment. The ritual involves both monks and lay people. Monks lead the prayers and chants, while lay participants offer their thoughts and prayers to the spirits. Participants are encouraged to approach the ritual with sincerity and compassion. The Sagaki ritual is performed with precision, following a structured sequence of events designed to honor and assist the spirits. The ceremony begins with the invocation of the Buddha and bodhisattvas. Monks chant sutras such as the Heart Sutra or the Amida Sutra to create a sacred space and invite the presence of enlightened beings. The chants also serve to calm the participants and set a meditative tone. The spirits of the hungry ghosts are symbolically invited to the ceremony. This step often involves the recitation of specific mantras or dharanas, such as the dharani of compassionate, Avalokiteshvara, which calls forth all suffering beings to partake in the offering. Yeah, and there was no way I was going to be able to get that word, so I apologize. That was horrible. Let's move on. Now, the food and water placed on the altar are ceremonially offered to the spirits. Monks or participants may chant the gate mantra or similar verses to dedicate the offerings. The act of offering is accompanied by gestures of humility, such as bowing or clasping hands in prayer. To ensure that the offerings are spiritually acceptable, monks perform a purification ritual. This may involve sprinkling holy water or waving a purifying implement, such as a willow branch, over the altar. The food and water are then blessed, transforming them into sacred sustenance for the spirits. The heart of the Sagaki ritual lies in the prayers of for the liberation of the spirits. Monks chant powerful sutras such as the Lotus Sutra to guide the spirits toward enlightenment. Participants are encouraged to visualize the spirits finding peace and freedom from their torments. And I also want to mention too that later on I'd like to do the Lotus Sutra. Now that's a big reading, but that's something that I'd someday would like to get into. that actually is a pretty good topic to discuss, but one day I'll do it, not now. So once the offerings have been made and the prayers recited, the spirits are respectfully sent away. This step often involves the recitation of closing mantras and the extinguishing of the candles on the altar. The spirits are guided back to their realm, now imbued with the blessings and compassion of the ritual. Their ceremony concludes with the dedication of merit. Participants transfer the spiritual merit generated by the ritual to the spirits, wishing them peace and liberation. Every aspect of the Sagaki ritual carries profound symbolism, reflecting Buddhist teachings and values. The offerings of food and water symbolizes the alleviation of suffering and the fulfillment of basic needs. In Buddhist thought, the act of giving represents the antidote to greed and attachment. Incense represents the transience of life and the continuity of prayers, while candles symbolizes the light of wisdom, dispelling the darkness of ignorance. The chants and sutras recited during Sagaki serve both a spiritual and didactic purpose. They do not guide the spirits, they not only guide the spirits, but also remind the living of the importance of compassion and mindfulness. So with that done, I want to finally go through Prita and read that and let you guys check that out and see what you think about it. Now, I'm going to go ahead and I am going to check everything, make sure it's working again. We do have 3 people in YouTube chat. Thank you guys for showing up. And we've got 4 people in Rumble. Thank you. We had an infomercial in Kick Chat. Thank you, infomercial. We love you. And nobody left any comments. Thank you. We love you. Alright, so with that being done, I am moving on to the best part. This is like the best. This is where people go to die and have miserable, horrible experiences. Yeah, this is the cool stuff. So the Preta realm, one of the 6 realms of existence in Buddhist cosmology, is a dimension defined by insatiable hunger, unquenchable thirst, and profound suffering. Now, we are there. This is where it is. It's a symbolic meaning that we're going to get into. Now, in Buddhism, existence is cyclic, or cyclical, however you want to say it, comprising 6 realms, or locusts, into which beings are born depending on their karma. These realms are the Deva realm, which is gods, the Asura realm, which is demigods, and the human realm. Then you have the animal realm. Then you have the Preta realm, which is hungry ghosts. And then you have the Naraka realm, which is hell. The Preta realm lies just above the Naraka realm in terms of suffering and is often depicted as a purgatory-like state. It is a place where beings endure the consequences of excessive greed, attachment, and selfishness from their past lives. The Preta realm is characterized by desolation and deprivation. Its inhabitants, known as Pretas, are hungry ghosts that are plagued by constant hunger and thirst, yet unable to find sustenance. They wander endlessly through barren landscapes, their desire perpetually unfulfilled. Pretas are often depicted with grotesque features, emaciated bodies, swollen bellies, thick necks, and hollow eyes. These exaggerated physical traits symbolize their unfulfilled cravings and karmic punishment. Their thin necks prevent them from consuming even the smallest morsel of food, while their distended stomachs represents their insatiable appetites. The Buddhist texts classify Pretas into several categories based on the nature of their suffering. Certain Pretas wander endlessly, seeking food and water. Even when they find sustenance, it turns to ash, fire, or filth upon consumption, such as scorching heat, freezing cold, or relentless winds. Some Pretas are bound to specific objects, places, or people from their past lives. They linger near the material possessions or loved ones they were overly attached to, unable to let go. Certain Pretas suffer not from physical hunger, but from psychological torment, reliving the emotions of greed, envy, or regret that led them to this realm. The Preta realm is vividly portrayed in Buddhist mandalas, scrolls, and temple murals. These depictions often include emaciated figures clawing at the earth or reaching out for food surrounded by desolate landscapes. The Mahavastu and other Buddhist scriptures describes the Preta realm in detail, outlining the karmic causes that lead to rebirth as a Preta. The texts emphasize the importance of ethical conduct and selflessness to avoid such a fate. In Buddhism, karma, action and its consequences, is the driving force behind rebirth into the Preta realm. Actions rooted in greed, hoarding, and exploitation create the condition for such an existence. Pretas are not inherently evil. They are beings suffering the consequences of their past actions and can eventually move on to other realms through the accumulation of positive karma. Many Buddhist traditions include rituals to alleviate the suffering of Pretas. One such ritual is Sagaki, feeding the hungry ghosts, and that's what I was just discussing. Practiced in Japan and other East Asian cultures, offerings of food, water, and incense are made to help satiate the Pretas and guide them towards liberation. The Ulambana festival, celebrated in Mahayana Buddhist cultures, is another significant event where offerings are made to relieve the suffering of ancestors and Pretas. This festival, rooted in the story of Madhyalayana, a disciple of the Buddha, highlights the importance of the filial piety and compassion. highlights the importance of filial piety and compassion. The concept of hungry ghost is not unique in Buddhism. Similar beliefs exist in other cultures. In Chinese folklore, the Hungry Ghost Festival honors spirits with unfulfilled desires. In Hinduism, the concept of preta also refers to restless spirits wandering the earth due to improper funeral rites. The Preta realm is often used as a psychological metaphor in contemporary discussions, symbolizing states of addiction, compulsion, and unfulfilled desires in the human mind. So that is where I'm wanting to end all this, because I really love the fact that I was able to get through the Hungry Ghost and get it finished. And yeah, I guess I was obsessed with the Hungry Ghost. Jaffe, he mentioned that the other night. And there's a reason why. It's because this is something that is really, really cool when it comes to the paranormal, especially in the Orient, the Asian areas. This is really, really good content. There's a lot of paranormal activity when it comes to Japan too. I still haven't had a chance to cover the Air Force Base that they had over there. I think that would be something to really go back and look at and go over. Yeah, but I'm so sick of Japan right now. I hate saying it, but that's probably the best and only way that I can say it. So yeah, I mean, I'm cool with that. Yeah, I'm fine with it. We actually got an hour and 15 minutes for recording time. The stream actually took an hour and 44 minutes on YouTube. And I believe I've also done longer on the other ones too, but I don't get the timing. Yeah, an hour and 41 minutes on Rumble, as well as I don't know about the time. Yeah, an hour and 42 minutes on Kick. I hope you guys did enjoy this. I do want to go through more when it comes to this topic, though, because there's a lot of good stuff. And like I said, I want to visit the spooky areas on Japan too. But like I said in the beginning when I started the Japan thing, this isn't like the top 10 scariest places in Japan. This is strange stories. So I just decided, what the heck, put this stuff out here. I thought it was pretty good because we started out with the Suicide Forest. We went into Mount Fuji. We started talking about another mountain that was involved in a lot of the lore and stuff that's around here. We discussed dishes and the woman in the well. I thought that was pretty cool. I was actually debating if I wanted to do that because that's more lore than it is anything else. But then I was like, hold on, why not? Because it's a strange story. So I went ahead and added that in. The whole thing about the Kappa is interesting by itself because that actually changed over time. It went from being a very, very bad spirit to a spirit that people actually started giving offerings to and things of that nature. He became more of a good guy, so I thought that was interesting how that change took place on there. And then like today, I wanted to go back over the Hungry Ghost and get to that, and later on I'll come back to it. But there's other things that I do want to get more involved in that I need to get into. So I hope you guys enjoyed, like I said, and with that, I might be able to go ahead and end this show. So let me make sure that I'm doing this correctly before I do it. Now, here we go. Let me get rid of that background. Oh wait, I know what I need to do. I need to stop sharing. There we go. Alright, so I finally got that taken care of, and I hope you guys enjoyed. It looks like everything went through fine. It looks good, so let's I like that mountain. That was pretty cool. For me, I thought it kind of filled in the spot there. So with that, I am going to end the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will talk to you later. Now, name off all those civilizations and countries again.
Okay. From ancient Greek, from Proto-Indo-European, Miss Cloud, compare Albanian Megiel, Polish Megla, Latvian and Lithuanian Migla, compared to Armenian Persuasian Sanskrit from a related root. And then its pronunciation says Omexley, That's how it looks like it would be pronounced. OMI.XLI. Omexley. Smog or cloud is a Vedos related term. Yeah, smog or cloud.
Okay, so Pothos eventually fell in love with its own beginnings, causing him to mix with Omakal, with fog, which produced their offspring, Aer, the primordial god of the spirit force, and Aura, the primal goddess of the physical force. So, Aer. That's what we need to find next.
Aer god, Aether mythology. In Greek mythology, Aether, ancient god, pronounced Aether, is the personification of the bright upper sky. According to Hesiod, he was the son of Erebeus, darkness, and Nyx, night, and the brother of Hemera, day. In Orphic cosmogony, Aether was the offspring of Cronus, time, the brother of Chaos and Erebeus. Genealogy. According to Hesiod's Theogony, which contained the standard Greek genealogy of the gods, Aether was the offspring of Erebeus and Nix, and the brother of Humira. However, other early sources give other genealogies. According to one, the union of I just said it, Eurybius and Nix resulted in Aether, Eros and Metis, rather than Aether and Hemera. While according to another, Aether and Nyx were the parents of Eros, and Hesiod, the fourth god to come, into existence after chaos, Gaia, Earth, and Tartarus.
Now, right
Others,
there,
go ahead.
have you heard of Gaia?
Yeah, I have heard of
So
Gaia.
this is taking place before Gaia.
That's wild.
You see what I mean? So now you're stepping back even farther than what. You know what I mean?
No.
Gaia for the Greeks and the Indo-Europeans was like one of the first goddesses in the pantheon. You know what I'm saying?
I found Pontus too now, but it's spelled Pontus, and it says was an ancient pre-Olympian sea god, one of the Greek primordial deities. Pontus was Gaia's son and has no father, according to the Greek poet Hesiod. He was born without coupling.
Now see,
Though
he would probably be Plato, or oh God, what was his name? The one that was the underwater god, Pluto.
No, man, no, it's not Pluto.
Oh my God.
Come here, just give me a second.
See,
No.
this is the brain fart that freaking Than was talking about, or Tan was.
Yeah. Poseidon.
Poseidon. He would be the equivalence of Poseidon.
And I know I knew that. I had to look it up first. I was like, I know the name, but you're farting on me now. You're passing your gas over to me.
Now, how was Aer? How was he related to Kronos again?
It says here. Oh boy. It says here. Let me go back. Aethar was the Cronus's. Aethar was the an Orphic cosmogony. Aethar was the offspring of Cronus, time, and the first primordial deity, and the brother of Chaos and Eurybius.
So he was the son of Kronos.
But that's what it says. But in another one, it says that Aethar and Nyx were the parents of Eros. And hold on, it doesn't say. Aethar was the offspring. Who? Aethar was the offspring. See, in another one, it says that, so Aethar was the offspring of Eurybius and Nyx, and the brother of Hemera. However, other early sources give other genealogies. According to one, the union of Eurybius and Nyx resulted in Aether. So Eurybius and Nyx were the parents, and then in Orphic cosmogony, Aether was the offspring of Cronus and the first primordial deity, and the brother of Chaos and Eurybius. So one says that Eurybius was his father, and another one says that Eurybius was his brother. So Orphic cosmogony. Hey, I'm gonna send it and I'll show you.
Post it if you can, right there in the chat area, right there next to the.
I'm about to share it, and then I can.
Oh, you can't do it in the Jitsi?
I'm about to. Yeah, it's just because
I can click on it if you want me to and bring it up for you. If you want to, I mean, if you
no,
can.
It's not you. It's this. It's definitely not you. It's this thing doing. I'm just.
No, it's just you said it's not you. Like,
yeah, it's not you. It's me. It's definitely. It's not you. It's me. But I don't know why it's acting as if we're not on the same Wi-Fi, and when it does that, it says that I cannot airdrop. And so let me just see.
Oh, you're airdropping?
I'm attempting to airdrop it to my phone so that way
Yeah.
I can post it. But it's just being extra, like so lame and extra. And it's just like, just because
I know what you're saying.
maybe I don't have my airdrops on. Oh, yep, that's what it is. I got it now. Okay, I fixed it. I fixed the problem, and there I am. And it should come, and now I shall share it to the chat.
But yeah, that's some
I
pretty
was
good
gonna
stuff.
screenshot it. Screen share it. That's what I was talking about. And then I'm still going to screen share it just so that way you can get a better
So we've got
view.
it on there, and I can I've got it popped up now. So what I can do is I can actually stop my screen share and post it as a background for the screen share other than the chat that we've got.
Are you gonna do that? Cause look,
Oh,
there
you're
it
doing
is.
it now? Yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying, just because I know. I mean, like, but the only problem is I won't be able to see it. So,
You
like,
want me to
when
do it?
yeah, because then like when you point to stuff, I can follow along.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'll unshare, but yeah.
All right, there we go. All right. Yeah, see right here you've got now this in Greek mythology is Aether, Ether, Aether, and Ether.
And that came from spelling AER. Like I spelled AER and then God, and then what it came up was Aether God, and
Yeah.
then that's yeah.
He was the son of Erebus, darkness, and Nyx, night. See now that
Only from here.
Hemera or Hemera day, the Orphic cosmogony. Ether was the offspring of Kronos, time, and the brother of chaos, Erebus. Okay, so let me see what happens. AER. Not Aerosmith, sorry.
That's how it was happening to me, like AER, and then it went to Aether. I was like, I'm pretty sure you threw in some extra letters there, but I mean, maybe you know where I'm going with this, people.
The page Air God does not exist, and they want me to log in to. There we go. Aberian, derived from the Middle Welsh AER slaughter, which gave its name to Aaron, believed to be some to have been a Welsh god of war.
Welsh. We just looked up Welsh family.
Yeah. Now Welsh is it's one of the most ancient of Gaul. That's it's where a lot of this language actually stems from, is the area in Gaul, and this would be kind of what's going on there, because like people from just above freaking the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea were swarming down into the region that we call Turkey now, and they were migrating into there. They're the Indo-Europeans, and they brought their cultures with them, which is pretty cool. Yeah, like right here, Mundus, the word or cosmos, along with Terra, Earth, Mars, Sea, and our air, is the work of the cosmological system of antiquity, the Dutch Renaissance. That's pretty cool.
Where is this that you're on?
I just typed it in and I'm reading the results, because what it'll do is it'll bring up just AER, and you can go through and read some of the stuff and where it comes from
without it adding the Aether part. Yeah. Why do you look like that, Cat? You look like you went through it.
So you have Neuma, which is Pneuma. That's a really good one. Electrodactyl, dactyli, also revealed that a failure to maintain median apical ectodermal ridge (AER) signaling can be the main. Oh wow, this is medical.
Yeah, pathogenic. Pathogenic mechanism in triggering this abnormality. Ectrodactyl. I heard of that before. Ectrodactyl. To maintain philosopher's stone. You see a numerous oblique, and see, we were talking about the obliques.
Okay, testing out everything, making sure that it's going before I get started. We got Rumble up and going. Beam is up and going. Just had a weird situation with them where I had to go and put my card in for free so that I could have a sponsor, apparently. As long as I keep a sponsor, I don't have to pay anything. But I didn't know that was like a requirement. So I got it going though. Now I have to check the audio on the channels to make sure they're all set up and going good. All right, got Rumble. Sounds good on Rumble. Listening to X Pro now. Going to X, see what it sounds like. Tonight's going to be Ancient Mysteries, guys. So that's coming on here in a minute. D Live. Okay, D Live sounds good. Freaking X is still doing the wheel. This makes the second day, I think, that it's been doing that. So refresh and tested the audio. It sounds good on there too. Sounds good on Twitch. Sounds good on Kick. And it sounds good on YouTube. Sounds good on YouTube as well. So today, like I said, is Ancient Mysteries. And I am going to have that going here before long. This is going to be good. We finished off with some. I had a problem saying that word last week too. Some of Thracian gods, Dioscuri, Cabieri, and Caribontus. So after that, we are going to go even further and start talking about the autochthon or no autochthon or whatever. They're the well, they're pretty cool. I believe we've already done the robotic ones. I'm not sure upon that one, but what it basically is the Epigeus and all the tauntauns or some shit like that. I know it's a I know it's a Greek word, and if you guys haven't noticed, I'm really horrible about that. So I'm going to. Well, I already got my coffee here, and I'm set up and ready to go. I could probably just go ahead and start this stream. Yeah, get that going. Right now, I have everything set up. I did the audio on it, so we are good to go. Now, I have also got my notes up, so yeah, we should be good to go. Let me go ahead and take a quick drink of coffee, and then I'll start with my reading. So, and I hope you guys do enjoy before I start saying this, because I know with me, I've been having issues with the readings, with enunciations and stuff of that nature, and I appreciate anybody who is listening that's putting up with the bad grammar, because it really is horrible. But with that being said, let me just take a drink of this coffee. Now, I kind of got a little bit exciting last week because we were talking about the Corabantes and their frenzied dances, that parallel with secretive rites and stuff like that. So kind of got into the spicy end of the whole Greek mythology part. Nobody ever checked those out. You need to check them out. It's pretty good stuff. Now we're going to talk about Epigeius. Now, Epigeius and autochthon are terms deeply rooted in ancient mythologies and cosmologies, often symbolizing connections between humanity, the earth, and divine origins. While they may not always refer to specific deities, these names carry significant cultural and mythological implications. The name Epigeius comes from Greek roots, epi meaning upon or over, ge or epigeius. Now, ge means earth or ge. Now, together the term means of the earth or earthly. Epigeius symbolizes beings or forces connected to the surface of the earth. While not a specific god in most traditions, the term can describe lesser divinities tied to the physical realm rather than the heavens or the underworld. In some contexts, Epigeius might symbolize the human condition as beings born of and tied to the earth. As of the earth, Epigeius may overlap with chthonic deities, those tied to the earth's fertility and death-giving powers. In Greek and Roman contexts, Epigeius could refer broadly to earth-related entities, including agricultural spirits, protectors of the land, or figures tied to nature's cycles. The term autochthon derives from autos meaning self and chthon meaning earth or soil. The word translates to born of the earth or self-born from the earth. In Greek mythology, autochthons are humans or creatures that arise directly from the earth, symbolizing their pure connection to the land. Examples include the Spartio, warriors born from the dragon's teeth, sown by Cadmus of Thebes. Some early beings like Gaia, which is Earth, are described as autochthonous in their self-generation, emerging without parents. The concept of autochthony is often used to assert a people's ancient and rightful claim to a land, as they are born from the soil of this place. This idea was prominent in Athenian identity, as Athenians claimed descent from the autochthonous king Cecrops, Cecrops, depicted as part man and part serpent. Autochthon symbolizes life emerging from the earth, reflecting agricultural and natural cycles. The term conveys a sense of deep connection to one's homeland and the soil itself. Both terms emphasizes the bond between life and the earth, whether through creation, autochthon, or habitation, epigeus. Autochthonous beings represents the earliest life forms emerging directly from the primal earth. These figures or concepts often symbolize the earth's role as a giver of life and sustainer of human existence. While neither term refers to specific well-known deities, there are concepts applied to figures such as Gaia, the personification of Earth and the ultimate autochthon, and Cecrops, the serpent man king of Athens, symbolizing the union of Earth and humanity. Spartoi, the earth-born warrior tied to the myth of Thebes. Autochthon and epigeus are used metaphorically in philosophical texts to discuss humanity's nature, morality, and relationship with the material world. Ancient people often invoke autochthony to claim a sacred connection to their homeland, grounding their culture in divine origins. Chthonic rites and earth-centric rituals often incorporate the symbolism of autochthonous origins in epigeal connections, emphasizing the earth's sacredness. The Phoenician deity Uranus, also referred to as Uranus in Greek traditions, holds a unique place in the Phoenician mythology. So here we start getting into the subject of Uranus, or the less popular known Uranus. So here we are going to discuss Uranus. Okay. In the Phoenician context, Uranus is portrayed not only as a primordial sky deity, but also as a figure deeply intertwined with themes of creation, cosmic conflict, and generational succession. The name Uranus translates to sky or heaven, reflecting his role as an embodiment of the celestial dome. In the Phoenician worldview, Uranus symbolizes the heavens above and serves as a counterpart to the earth, represented by other deities or forces. This duality aligns with the ancient cosmologies that view the heaven and earth as complementary elements of the universe. Uranus is a descendant of Copius, or Chaos, and Bau, a figure often identified with the primordial void or night. This lineage emphasizes his emergence from the primordial, unformed state of the cosmos. Uranus is a sibling of Ge, which is also another word for Earth, which is spelled Ge, and other element forces, reflecting the interconnectedness of the natural world in Phoenician cosmology. Uranus fathers a generation of deities, including Elis, who is Kronos, who later becomes a central figure in the succession myth. His children represent various forces of nature and aspects of the divine hierarchy. A central theme in the story of Uranus is his conflict with his offspring, a motif mirrored in other mythologies such as Greek and Mesopotamian traditions. According to Sanchuniathon, Uranus rules tyrannically, leading to discontent among his children. This portrayal aligns with the archetype of the primordial ruler whose dominance must be challenged for cosmic order to evolve. Uranus is overthrown by his own son, Elis, who is Kronos, who conspires with his siblings to depose him. This act of rebellion reflects a recurring theme in ancient mythology, the younger generation rising to replace the older. As in the Greek myth, Uranus's castration is a pivotal moment symbolizing the severing of his power. In the Phoenician version, this act results in the creation of additional beings, including seed deities and other forces. Uranus's defeat and subsequent marginalization in the mythic hierarchy underscore his role as a transitional figure in the cosmic order. Despite his fall, Uranus remains a symbol of the sky's overarching power and its connection to creation and destruction. In Phoenician theology, Uranus is not just a personification of the sky, but also a representation of the interplay between natural forces and divine will. The succession of deities reflect the cycles of nature and the transfer of power across generations. Uranus's connection to the heavens ties him to weather, celestial movements, and their influence of life on Earth. The relationships between Uranus, Ge, which is Earth, and other primordial figures highlight the interdependence of the cosmos. While the Greek Uranus and the Phoenician Uranus share similarities, such as their roles as sky deities and their involvement in succession myths, there are notable differences. The Phoenician version often includes more intricate genealogies and a focus on elemental origins. The Phoenician Uranus also reflects a localized understanding of cosmology, shaped by the region's seafaring culture and interactions with neighboring civilizations. Now, in ancient mythology, Ge represents the personification of the earth and is a primordial deity who symbolizes the foundation of life and existence. In Phoenician, Greek, and other ancient cosmologies, Ge occupies a central role in the source of fertility, stability, and interconnectedness between all natural and divine forces. Her significance varies slightly between cultures, but consistently emphasizes her role as the nurturing and sustaining mother of the cosmos. Ge is often described as one of the earliest beings to emerge from chaos or the void in many mythological traditions. In the Phoenician account preserved by Sanchuniathon, Ge arises alongside other elemental deities such as Uranus, which is the sky, and Pontus, which is the sea. reflecting her integral role in the structure of the cosmos. Gi is the progenitor of numerous gods, titans, and other mythological beings. She is the foundation upon which life and the divine order are built. Gi embodies the physical earth, including its soil, mountains, and fertile plains. She represents both the material world and its life-giving properties. As a personification, she is depicted as nurturing, abundant, and ever-present, yet also capable of immense power and wrath. Gi and Uranus are often depicted as consorts, symbolizing the union of earth and sky, which produces life. Their offspring include the Titans, who represent various forces of nature and aspects of the cosmos, the Cyclopes, and I hate saying this word, Hecatonicures, I hate that word, who symbolize the untamed and chaotic aspects of creation. I hate that word, and the bad part is I'm going to have to say this word over and over again here now. Hecatoncheires. Here. I'll just do it as I read. Okay. A key myth involving Gi is the separation of herself from Uranus, often instigated by her son Cronus, or spelled with a C sometimes and spelled with a K, so everybody knows. So you can spell it Cronus or Kronus. It doesn't matter. Both spellings are correct. I've heard people talk about that, and I wanted to remember to mention that whenever I did this stream, because people always ask about that. How's the proper way? And it doesn't matter. You can spell it with a C or a K. They're both proper spellings. So it just depends on where you're coming from, like different people in different areas spell it different. Okay, now this act symbolizes the differentiation of the heavens and the earth, a critical step in the creation of the ordered cosmos. In Phoenician mythology, Gi appears as a fundamental force in the pantheon, much like in Greek mythology. Gi is closely associated with the creation of life and the balance of the natural world. She works in harmony with Uranus and other primordial deities to establish the cosmic order. The mythology emphasizes her generative power, making her a central figure in the cycles of birth, growth, and renewal. Gi is the archetypal Great Mother, embodying fertility, abundance, and nurturing care. She is often depicted as a life giver, not only to plants and animals, but also to gods and humans. In ancient agricultural societies, Gi was revered as the source of crops and sustenance. Rituals and offerings were made to ensure bountiful harvests. Gi represents the foundation of existence, providing stability and support for all life. Her presence ensures balance in the natural world. While nurturing, Gi is also a force to be reckoned with. She can unleash her power through earthquakes, storms, and other natural phenomena, reminding mortals of their dependence upon the earth. Gi was worshipped widely across the ancient Mediterranean and Near East, including the Phoenicians, Greeks, and Rome. Offerings of grain, fruit, and flower were made to honor her fertility and life-giving properties. Earth-related festivals often marked the planting and harvest seasons. Groves, caves, and mountains were considered sacred to Gi, as they symbolized her presence and power. The personification of Earth as Gi influenced later cultural and religious practices. The Greek iteration of Gi, Gaia, became a foundation figure in the Hellenic mythology and philosophy. The Romans adopted Gi as Terra Mater, or Mother Earth, integrating her into their pantheon. Uranus, or Uranus, who in various ancient mythologies is considered one of the primordial deities and the personification of the sky. No, wait, hold up. Yeah, Uranus or Uranus, who in various ancient mythologies is considered one of the primordial deities and the personification of the sky. The story of Uranus's death and deification is tied to Greek mythology, but it is sometimes connected with Phoenician and broader Near Eastern cosmology themes as well. Uranus is often described as the Most High in Greek mythology. He represents the sky, and in many myths is considered the father of the Titans and other primordial beings. Anos's role in the Greek creation myth involves his marriage to Ge, or Gaia, the Earth, from whom he fathered several key figures in Greek mythology, including the Titans, the Cyclops, and the Hecatonics. That's probably Hecatonic or whatever, but I'm just going to say the Hecatonics. Now, Uranus and Ge were prominent primordial entities who came together to form the Earth, form the first cosmic union. Uranus is the sky, covered and embraced. Uranus as the sky covered and embraced Ge, the Earth. This union symbolized the interconnectedness of the heavens and the earth. From this union, they produced numerous offspring, including the Titans, including Kronos, Rhea, Oceanus, and Hyperion. Then they created the Cyclops, who were one-eyed giants. Then you had the Hecatoncheires, which are 100-eyed and 100-handed beings of immense power. Despite their numerous children, Uranus was a tyrannical and oppressive father. Fearing his offspring's potential, he imprisoned them within Ge's depths, refusing to allow them to live freely on the earth. This caused great pain to Ge, who became resentful of his husband. Uranus's death is a central event in Greek mythology, symbolizing the shift from the old order to a new one. Now, before I go any further, I also want to mention that I've also heard that he ate his children as well. So it's not just that. I've heard it both ways. He imprisoned them within Ge's depths, but then I also heard that he swallowed his children as well. So I've heard both sides of that. I don't know which one would possibly be true, but I have heard both interpretations of it. Now, at the instigation of his mother Ge, Kronos, the youngest of the Titans, took up a sickle and castrated his father. Oh, wait, hold up. Kronos, never mind. Uranus put his children within Ge, and then Kronos is the one who ate his children. I apologize. Yes, sorry. getting them mixed up. At the instigation of his mother, Ge, Kronos, the youngest of the Titans, took up a sickle and castrated his father, Uranus, while he laid with Ge. This act was both a physical and symbolic separation of the sky from the earth. Kronos' rebellion against Uranus marked the end of the primordial rule of the sky and the beginning of the Titan reign. As Uranus was overthrown, he cursed Kronos and his offspring, prophesying that one of Kronos' children would overthrow him in turn, which would later lead to the rise of Zeus and the Olympian gods. The act of castration can be seen as a symbolic severing of the connection between the sky, Uranus, and the earth, Ge, which also marked the rise of a new generation of gods, the Titans, and later, the Olympians. After this overthrow, the death of Uranus is depicted differently in various myths. In some traditions, Uranus is not completely defeated, but is deified in the afterlife. His spirit or essence is said to continue to exist in some form, and he was revered in later times. After his death, Uranus was often associated with the heavens and stars. In certain interpretations, his essence was said to become part of the cosmos as the sky itself. This made him an eternal presence, watching over the world even after his death. Uranus, as a god of the sky, retained his position as a primordial force and was worshipped in some regions. In Phoenician theology, there are echoes of the sky god being revered, though his name and attributes may differ slightly from the Greek Uranus. In some interpretations, the death of Uranus represents the end of an old era and the beginning of a new cycle. Just as the sky is always present but constantly changing, Uranus's death symbolizes the perpetual cycle of cosmic transformation and renewal. While the myth of Uranus's death primarily focuses on his overthrow by Kronos, there are lesser-known variations of the myth that involve his encounter with wild beasts. In certain versions of the myth, Uranus is said to have been confronted by wild beasts or monstrous creatures as a form of punishment for his tyranny. These creatures could symbolize the forces of nature, chaos, or the untamed elements that oppose oppressive rule. The wild beast could represent the chaotic forces of nature that resist the rule of a single tyrant, and in some versions of the myth, they may even play a role in his downfall, emphasizing the theme of nature rebelling against oppressive rule. In Phoenician theology, there are parallels to Uranus, though his name and exact role may differ. In Phoenician mythology, El is the supreme god, often associated with the sky and heavens. Similar to Uranus, El is the father of many gods, and his rule is often described as wise and just, though, like Uranus, he may have been overthrown by younger gods or certain myths. Another deity associated with the sky and earth in the Near East is Dagon, who sometimes shared attributes with both Uranus and other deities representing agricultural fertility and the heavens. Though the stories may differ in detail, the themes of a sky god's reign, his eventual overthrow, and the creation of a new order are recurring motifs in ancient mythologies. Uranus, or Uranus, the Most High, represents the primordial sky god whose reign over the cosmos is marked by his eventual castration and overthrow by his son Kronos. His death is symbolic of the shifting of divine powers and the passing of the old order to the Titans. Despite his defeat, Uranus was deified, and his essence continued to influence the heavens and the stars. In both Greek and Phoenician mythology, his legacy reflects the cyclical nature of cosmic change, where even in death, the sky god remains a powerful and eternal force in the universe. In Greek mythology, the father of Uranus, the primordial god of the sky, was Ether. Ether represents the upper air or the clear sky, often considered the personification of the upper atmosphere or the pure, bright air that the gods breathe, as opposed to the air that mortals breathe. Ether, and Hemera, the personification of day, are often described as the parents of Uranus in some ancient sources. This genealogy places Uranus in the second generation of primordial beings, with Ether representing the ethereal pure air above the earth and Hemera symbolizing the light of day. Uranus, as the personification of the sky, was the first of the primordial gods to have dominion over the heavens and, in some accounts, is said to have ruled over the world before being overthrown by his son Cronus. His relationship with Gaia, the earth, produced the Titans, Cyclops, and Hecatoncheires. But due to his tyranny, he was castrated by Kronos, leading to the eventual rise of the Olympian gods. As a Betelgeuse or Betelgeuse is a term from ancient Semitic and Mediterranean religions that refers to a sacred stone or rock, often thought to have divine significance. So now we're getting to the Betelgeuse or the Betelgeuse. And this is a term from ancient Semitic and Mediterranean religions that refer to a sacred stone or rock. It's thought to have divine significance. The word itself derives from the Greek Betelos, meaning a sacred stone or rock, and is commonly used to refer to stones that were worshipped or regarded as divine in the ancient world. These stones were often seen as symbols of the gods themselves or were believed to contain the essence of divine power. In various ancient cultures, Betelgeuse stones were believed to be the embodiment of a deity, a symbol of the god's presence, or even the god itself in physical form. The worship of such stones can be found in many ancient Semitic traditions, including those of the Phoenicians, Canaanites, and other Near East people. Betelgeuse stones were central to the worship of Baal, the storm god, and other deities like Dagon and Satan. These deities, particularly Baal, were often represented by large stones or rock formation. No, were often represented by large stones or rock formations. which were seen as physical manifestations of their divine power. Dagon, the fish god, and Seitan, the grain god, are both deities that are closely associated with agricultural fertility and prosperity. As fertility gods, their worship would have included symbols of nature, such as stones or objects thought to embody their life-giving power. In some traditions, Dagon and Seitan might have been linked to Betelgeuse stones, or Betelgeuse stones, or Butylus stones, whichever way you want to pronounce it. Betyllus. May have been linked to Butylus stones as manifestations of their divine influence over nature. Now, in light of Butylus and the figures of Kronos, Dagon, Seitan, and Atlas, we can see some interesting parallels and syncretism between these gods. In Greek mythology, Kronos is the god of time and the leader of the Titans. He is often associated with the primordial forces of nature, and his myth revolves around cycles of time, creation, and destruction. In some traditions, Kronos, in some traditions, Kronos was also linked to fertility and agricultural themes that align him with gods like Dagon and Seitan. However, unlike Dagon, whose power was directly linked to the harvest, Kronos' role in agriculture is more abstract and related to the passage of time that governs seasonal cycles. Dagon and Seitan are Semitic deities associated with fertility, particularly the fertility of the land and the agricultural cycle. Dagon, as a grain and fish god, symbolizes abundance, while Seitan, a variant of Dagon in some traditions, is specifically tied to grain and the harvest. In some traditions, the worship of these gods involved sacred stones or symbols that represented their life-giving powers. The Butylus stones could very well have served as physical manifestations of these gods, allowing the worshippers to interact with the divine essence of Dagon or Seitan. In Greek mythology, Atlas is a titan who is famously condemned to carry the weight of the heavens on his shoulder. He is associated with cosmology and the structure of the universe. While Atlas may seem somewhat distant from the agricultural fertility gods like Dagon and Seitan, his role as a cosmic figure parallels the foundational role that stones like the Betelgeuse played in ancient cosmologies. The stone was often viewed as a symbolic representation of the world axis, or the point of contact between the divine and the earthly realms, similar to how Atlas holds up the sky. The Betelgeuse stone was not just a symbolic object. In many cultures, it was regarded as an actual divine entity. Some traditions even believed that these stones were the embodiment of the god's spirit, making them objects of reverence and worship. In the Phoenician and Canaanite traditions, Betelgeuse stones were sometimes linked to the worship of El, the supreme god, and his consort, Asherah. These stones were placed in sacred spaces such as temples or altars where people could come to honor the gods. Over time, the Betelgeuse stones were believed to become imbued with the divine power of the god they represented, further solidifying their importance in the religious practices of the time. In the ancient world, especially in the Mediterranean and Near East, the gods and their representations often overlapped and merged over time. The Bedalus stone, as a symbol of divine presence, may have been associated with multiple gods across different cultures. Bedalus, as a representation of Dagon, Satan, and other deities like Kronos and Atlas, could indicate the syncretic nature of ancient religious practices. For example, a Bedalus stone associated with Dagon would symbolize not only the god's power over the harvest, but also his cosmic influence over the world, just as Kronos represented the cyclical nature of time and the passage of seasons. The Bedalus could thus be viewed as a physical object that connects the heavens and earth, as well as the divine and human realms, a concept that was central to many ancient religious systems. The worship of such stones could involve rituals that acknowledge the god's role in creation, fertility, and the passage of time. The Bedalus stone, as a sacred object, plays a central role in the worship of ancient deities like Dagon, Satan, Kronos, and Atlas, reflecting the syncretism of ancient Mediterranean and Near Eastern religious practices. It served as a tangible connection between the divine and earthly realms, embodying the power and presence of the gods. As a symbol of fertility, time, and cosmic order, the Bedalus stone also ties together themes of creation, nature, and the structure of the universe that are central to the mythologies of these deities. Okay, Damaris is a figure in ancient mythology, but there is limited and somewhat fragmented information about her, Damaris, especially in the context of her mother. However, in some accounts, Damaris is referenced as a daughter of a prominent deity, though her specific lineage can vary across sources. Damaris is often mentioned in connection to Phoenician or Canaanite mythology. While not a central figure like some of the major deities, she does appear in certain genealogies and mythic context. Her association is often tied to the broader pantheon of deities and spirits in the ancient Semitic mythologies. It is possible that she was considered part of a local or regional divine family, possibly associated with fertility, nature, or agricultural cycles, which were common themes in Phoenician and Canaanite deities. There are varying accounts of who Damaris's mother might be, depending on the source. However, the name Damaris itself may suggest an association with a goddess of fertility, harvest, or life-giving forces, which would tie her mother to these domains. It's possible her mother was a goddess of nature or a prominent figure in the local pantheon. One of the possible mothers of Damaris, as suggested by some ancient texts, could be Asherah, the great Canaanite mother goddess, often regarded as the consort of El, the supreme god. Asherah was associated with fertility, motherhood, and the natural world, making her a fitting mother for a goddess like Damaris. However, the evidence linking Damaris specifically to Asherah or other major figures in Phoenician or Canaanite religion remains uncertain. and some traditions may describe her mother differently based on regional variations of the myth. If Damaris was indeed the daughter of Asherah or another goddess like Astarte or Tanit, she might have been considered a minor or local deity in a broader pantheon that celebrated feminine divine energy and nature's cycles. Her connection to fertility and agriculture, if she were the daughter of a goddess like Asherah, would tie her to a role of overseeing life-giving forces and perhaps influence the seasonal or agricultural fertility of the land. While Damaris is not as well known as some other mythological figures, the mention of her in various texts and genealogies suggests she had an important, though possibly localized, role. If her mother was indeed a major deity like Asherah or Astarte, Damaris could have been associated with fertility, motherhood, and the cycles of nature, common themes in ancient Mediterranean and Near East religious traditions. However, the exact detail of her lineage remains somewhat obscure due to the fragmentary nature of the sources available. The Dioscuri, also known as Castor and Pollux, is next. Now, this is where things get good. This is where we start cutting into a lot. Now, before I start this, what I want to do is I want to step away for a second so that I can go use the bathroom. And when I come back, I will start on this and get into it. Because, like I said, this is actually where it starts getting to the part where we need to be. So let me get this set up with a cool video for you. And I'm going to put my text back up. That way you guys can see all the cool tickers that I've got on here. And I will be back here in a minute. Actually, I could probably even put a cool little background song on for you. Yeah. Let you guys relax and enjoy the mellow sounds of the millennium. Yeah, whatever. Okay, I am back. So let's get into this. So the Discori is who we're talking about. Also known as Castor and Pollux, are two of the most famous figures in Greek and Roman mythology. They're twin brothers, the son of the god Zeus and Leda, and are associated with a variant of myths and legends. Hold on a minute. I've got somebody creeping in behind me. I'm going to put the music on until this is done. Alright, so I am back. Let's get this going again. Got everything set up and ready to go. So what we're going to do is go into the Discori. They're also known as Castor and Pollux. And they're two of the most famous figures in Greek and Roman mythology, believe it or not. They are twin brothers and the sons of the god Zeus and Leda. The sons of the god Zeus and Leda. They're also associated with a variety of myths and legends. They're known for their bravery, particularly in battle, and their association with the stars and the constellations. Their story is deeply intertwined with the themes of brotherhood, heroism, and immortality. Mount Cassius is an interesting location in the context of the Discori, as it is associated with their myths, but there is also some historical and geographical significance to the name. The Discori, meaning sons of Zeus, were twin brothers with a complex and fascinating mythology. They were often depicted as the epitome of brotherly love, loyalty, and martial prowess. The Discori were born to Zeus, the king of the gods, and Leda, a mortal queen. According to myths, Zeus seduced Leda in the form of a swan, and from this union she laid two eggs. From one egg came Castor and Pollux, while from the other egg emerged their twin sisters, Helen, of Troy and Clytemnestra, Clytemnestra. Now, the brothers' divine father Zeus was a powerful influence on their lives, but their mother Leda was mortal. Okay, Castor and Pollux were often depicted as protectors of sailors and travelers. They were also known for their role as warriors and adventurers, participating in many heroic deeds. Now, twins are best known for their participation in the Argonauts' expedition to retrieve the Golden Fleece and their involvement in various Greek wars. One of their most famous mythological tales involved their rescue of their sister Helen, who had been abducted by Theseus, and their role in avenging their mother Leda against the abductor. The Dioscuri also played significant roles in the Iliad, where they are shown fighting for the Greek forces. Perhaps the most enduring part of the Dioscuri story is their immortality. After Castor was killed in battle, Pollux was devastated in his grief. Pollux asked his father Zeus to allow him to share his immortality with his brother, so that they might never be apart. Zeus, moved by the brothers' love and loyalty, granted Pollux' request, and the two were transformed into this constellation Gemini, where they shine as the twin stars. As the Gemini twins, Castor and Pollux became symbols of companionship, protection, and loyalty, particularly for sailors who believed that the twins' presence in the heavens would guide them safely in their voyages. Mount Cassius is a significant geographic location in the context of the Dioscuri and their myths as well. The mountain is located in the region of Syria, specifically near the Mediterranean coast, in the area around the ancient city of Antioch. Mount Cassius is traditionally associated with the Dioscuri in ancient texts. In some versions of the myth, the mountain was named after Cassius, the son of the Dioscuri. This connection links the mountain directly to the twins, reinforcing their role as divine protectors of travelers and adventurers. The name Cassius itself is often linked to the Dioscuri in ancient myth, as Cassius could be considered an epithet, or a title referring to their influence over a specific region. In fact, the Dioscuri were worshipped in various places, and Mount Cassius was one of those locations where their divine influence was thought to be particularly strong. In Greek and Roman texts, Mount Cassius is mentioned in relation to sailors and voyages, as the Dioscuri were believed to protect travelers. The mountain's association with the Dioscuri furthered this reputation, and the location was considered an important point of reference for seafarers who often saw the constellation Gemini as a symbol of guidance. Mount Cassius was also important in military contexts, particularly during the Roman Empire. It is famously known as the site of a battle during the Roman Civil Wars in 53 BCE, known as the Battle of Mount Cassius. The battle was fought between the forces of Crassus and the Parthian Empire, where Crassus was defeated and killed. The Dioscuri's association with military prowess and bravery combined with the mountain's significance in historical events, help cement its place in both myth and history. In modern times, Mount Cassius continues to hold a mythological and geographical significance, particularly in the study of ancient religions and the worship of the Dioscuri. The mountain's name, like the constellation Gemini, evokes themes of duality, protection, and the power of the divine brothers. The Dioscuri, Castor and Pollux, are central figures in Greek and Roman mythology, known for their bravery, loyalty, and protection of sailors. Their mortality, granted by Zeus, links them forever to the stars as the Gemini constellation. Mount Cassius, located in modern-day Syria, holds a significant place in their mythological narrative, often associated with the twins' protection of travelers and adventurers. The mountain is believed to have been named after Cassius, the son of the Dioscuri, and is considered a sacred place where their divine influence was strong. Now, the Dioscuri's role in military conflicts and their connection to the constellations and sailors further enhance their legendary status, and Mount Cassius remains an important site in the understanding of both mythological and historical contexts. Through these connections, Mount Cassius and the Dioscuri represent a harmonious blend of mythological influence and historical events, where divine protection, brotherhood, and bravery transcend both the celestial and terrestrial realms. Now, the birth of Castor and Pollux, the Dioscuri, and their sisters Helen and of Troy and Clytemnestra. I have a hard time with this one. Clytemnestra is a fascinating and complex myth that plays a significant role in the mythology of both Greek and Roman cultures. The story is intertwined with divine intervention, themes of duality, and the power of fate. Their birth from an egg is a unique and symbolic element that reflects various ancient cultural beliefs, including those related to immortality, transformation, and divine order. Let's explore the myth in more detail, as well as the symbolic meaning and interpretation behind it. The Dioscuri, which is Castor and Pollux, and their sisters, Helen and Clytemnestra, were born as a result of the union between the mortal queen, Leda, and the god Zeus. The story begins with Zeus, the king of the gods, falling in love with Leda, the queen of Sparta. Zeus, in order to seduce her, transforms himself into a swan. Leda, unaware of the swan's true identity, was either seduced by the bird or, in some version, raped by it. After their union, Leda laid 2 eggs. From one egg emerged the Dioscuri, which is Castor and Pollux, while from the other egg came the 2 sisters, Helen and Clytemnestra. Now, the twins, Castor and Pollux, were often referred to as sons of Zeus due to their divine father, while Helen and Clytemnestra were sometimes considered to be fully mortals, though their mother, Leda, was also of royal lineage. The egg symbolism in the myth carries a significant weight as it connects to the idea of rebirth, transformation, and divine origin. In many ancient cultures, the egg was seen as a symbol of life and the cosmos, representing both fertility and the beginning of all things. The fact that the children were born from eggs highlights their semi-divine nature and suggests that their existence was not bound by ordinary human rules of birth and life. Castor and Pollux were born as twins of Zeus, the god of the sky and thunder, but their mother was Leda, a mortal. This dual parentage, divine and mortal, placed the twins in a liminal space, giving them exceptional qualities, including great strength, bravery, and skill in battle. Their sisters Helen and Clytemnestra were similarly marked by divine heritage through their father Zeus, but their mortal nature was more pronounced. Helen's birth from the egg is especially significant in the mythological context, as she would grow up to become one of the most famous figures in Greek mythology. Her beauty was so extraordinary that it led to the Trojan War, when she was abducted by Paris. Helen's birth from an egg represents her connection to both the divine and the mortal worlds, as well as her status as a figure of immense power whose action could change the course of history. Clytemnestra, the other sister, is most famous for her role in the Iliad and for her involvement in the tragic events surrounding her husband, Agamemnon, and her children. Though less prominent in the mythological narratives, her birth from the same egg as Helen indicates her shared divine heritage. In many ancient cultures, the egg was a universal symbol of creation, fertility, and new beginnings. It was often seen as the womb of the cosmos from which all life emerged. The idea of creation from an egg was not unique to Greek mythology, but appears in various traditions. For example, in Hindu mythology, the universe is said to have originated from a golden egg called the Brahmanda. The egg's two halves, often the yolk and the white, symbolize duality and balance, reflecting the interplay of opposites that is a recurring theme in many mythologies. In the case of Castor and Pollux, the twins represents two opposing forces that complement each other rather than oppose each other, which is consistent with the concept of duality in their myth. The fact that Castor and Pollux, along with Helen and Clytemnestra, were born from eggs emphasized the idea that their births were not ordinary, but rather divinely orchestrated. Their parentage through Zeus and Leda suggests that they were part of a greater cosmic plan, destined for greatness or tragedy. Their divine origin through an extraordinary birth sets them apart from ordinary mortals and elevates their importance in the mythological landscape. The egg, as a symbol of potential and transformation, is linked to rebirth and the possibility of transcendence. Castor and Pollux, in particular, are transformed into the Gemini constellation, representing their immortality and eternal bond. The symbolism of their birth from an egg suggests that their journey was one of transformation, where they moved from mortality to divinity. In ancient Greece and Rome, the myth of the birth of Castor and Pollux, Helen and Clytemnestra, was interpreted in various ways. Castor and Pollux were often worshipped as protectors of sailors, and their birth from the egg was interpreted as a sign of their divine favor their role in protecting the Greek and Roman peoples. The twins were believed to appear in the sky as the constellation Gemini, guiding ships safely to shore. The story of their birth emphasizes the importance of fate in Greek mythology. Their lives were determined by divine forces, and their actions, from the Trojan War to their transformation into stars, were all part of a greater cosmic plan. The egg symbolizes the birth of fate and destiny, where divine forces shape the course of events. The birth of Castor and Pollux from the egg symbolizes the duality of life and death. Castor, who was mortal, was eventually killed, while Pollux, who was immortal, chose to share his immortality with his brother. This duality between mortality and immortality, represented by the egg, reflects the tensions between human limitations and divine potential. The myth of Castor and Pollux, Helen and Clytemnestra being born from an egg, is rich in symbolism and meaning. The egg represents the beginning of life, the cosmic womb, and the potential for transformation. It signifies the divine nature of these characters and their connection to both the mortal and immortal realms. The egg also embodies the themes of fate, duality, and rebirth, with Castor and Pollux's immortality as stars serving as a lasting reminder of the profound impact of their mythological existence. The ancient Greeks and Romans used this symbolism to emphasize the power of the gods, the role of fate, and the complex interplay between mortality and divinity in their mythological stories. The names Seditus, Astarte, Ahia, and Dione appear in various ancient mythologies, particularly those of the Phoenicians, Canaanite, and Greeks, with some overlapping or shared roles in different cultures. These deities represent a fascinating blend of feminine power, fertility, love, and cosmic influence. Seditus is a lesser-known deity from the Canaanite and Phoenician pantheon. In these traditions, he is often associated with roles of fertility, the underworld, and his life cycles. His name and specific characteristics vary depending on the source, but he is sometimes identified as a god of vegetation or agriculture, helping the earth yield crops and sustain life. His worship is often linked to the cycle of death and rebirth, and in some interpretations, Seditus could be seen as a god who presides over the seasons or the transition between life and death. Seditus's role is not as well defined in surviving texts, but his association with fertility suggests a focus on agricultural abundance and life-giving forces. In some accounts, Seditus is viewed as an underworld deity or a companion to other fertility gods. Seditus is often paired with other major gods in Canaanite and Phoenician myths, particularly those associated with nature and fertility, such as Baal or Asherah. Astarte is one of the most prominent and well-known deities in the Canaanite, Phoenician, and Syrian pantheons, also having influence in Mesopotamia and Greek mythology. She is primarily known as the goddess of love, fertility, war, and sexuality. That would be Ishtar or Inanna. So if you guys want to know, that's Astarte. That's the Canaanite name for her. She is primarily known as the goddess of love, fertility, war, and sexuality. In many myths, Astarte is portrayed as a powerful and independent goddess with strong associations with cosmic forces and the cycle of life. Astarte is frequently depicted as a mother goddess symbolizing fertility, love, and the earth's productive forces. She is also a warlike deity, often shown leading armies into battle. Her worship includes rites of fertility, such as sacred prostitution, and she is sometimes associated with Venus or the morning star in her role as a celestial body. Astarte is linked to Baal in several myths, often as his consort or counterpart. In Greek mythology, she is identified with Aphrodite, the goddess of love, and in some versions, she is equated with Venus. Astarte's imagery includes the crescent moon, lions, and doves, and she is often depicted as a beautiful and powerful woman, sometimes holding weapons or surrounded by symbols of fertility. Hea is a somewhat obscure figure in ancient mythology, and information about her is less widely documented. However, she is sometimes mentioned in Phoenician and Canaanite traditions, with various sources suggesting she may have been a goddess linked to fertility, nature, and the cosmos. In some interpretations, Ahia is associated with the sky, the earth, or the sea. She has been seen as a nurturing or life-giving force in these traditions. Her precise attributes and domain are not as widely recorded, but she could have been worshipped in relation to seasonal cycles or natural forces. There is speculation that Ahia could be a variation of other major fertility deities in the region, such as Astarte or Asherah, with whom she shares some thematic elements. Dione is a more widely recognized figure in Greek mythology, particularly in connection with the Titan pantheon. Dione is sometimes regarded as the mother of Aphrodite, the goddess of love, beauty, and sexuality, and is often seen as a goddess of the earth or a divine consort. In some versions of Greek mythology, Dione is considered the mother of Aphrodite, while in other accounts she is a companion of Zeus or Apollo. Her role is often associated with primordial elements of nature, especially the earth and the heavens. Dion's importance to mythology is sometimes overshadowed by more prominent deities like Hera or Athena, but she retains a certain significance in early Greek myth. Now, Dion's most famous connection is with Zeus, as the two are said to have a child, Aphrodite. In some versions of the myth, however, she also appears in connection to the Titan tradition, which places her as a figure of considerable cosmic importance. She may have been worshipped in Delphi alongside Apollo, or her cult was practiced. Dione, I usually called her Diane, but they're calling her Dione, Dione. Dione is often depicted as a motherly figure linked to fertility, nurturing, and the earth's cycles. Her worship suggests that she was revered as a goddess who held sway over natural and cosmic forces. The deities Seditus, Astarte, Ahia, and Dione share certain themes and characteristics that highlight their connection to fertility, cosmic power, and the natural world. In many ancient cultures, especially in the Canaanite, Phoenician, and Greek traditions, goddesses of this type were central to religious and cultural life. They represented both the fertile earth and the cosmic forces that influenced the lives of humans, from birth and death to war and love. Seditus and Astarte share roles as fertility deities in their respective mythologies, with Astarte also being associated with war and sexual power, while Seditus seems more connected to the Earth's cycles. Ahia, though less documented, could be seen as a more obscure or local variant of these powerful goddesses of nature, especially in Phoenician and Canaanite beliefs. Dione, in her connection to Aphrodite, symbolizes the cosmic mother, a role that resonates with the nurturing and life-giving qualities of both Astarte and Seditus. Her association with Zeus suggests a more universal connection to the divine. These deities were often central figures in rites of fertility, seasonal celebration, and rites of passage, emphasizing the cyclical nature of life and death, the interconnectedness of humanity and nature, and the importance of divine protection and favor in all aspects of life. The deities Seditus, Astarte, Ahia, and Dione all reflect key themes of fertility, life, and cosmic order in ancient mythology. Though they come from different traditions, Canaanite, Phoenician, and Greek, they share similar roles as nurturing, powerful female figures who embody the life-giving forces of nature and the cosmos. Their myths and symbolism offer insight into how ancient cultures viewed the forces of creation and the cyclical nature of existence, and the way in which divine powers influence human life. Okay, so right there is where I'm going to stop. I believe this would be another episode, a good spot to stop there. Now, after this, later on, I am going to be getting into Imermene. And Imermene is a figure from ancient Greek philosophy and mythology. And I will continue from that point on. But like I said, I have a lot of information on this, and I'm going to be coming out with more of it. I'm actually coming at it from all different directions because since I did my strange stories on Mount Fuji and the suicide forest over in Japan, I've kind of shot out into different areas. So I've got a lot of interesting stuff coming out about concerning history on not only ancient mysteries, but also on strange stories and Wow Talk too. So I've got some pretty cool stuff coming out. It's been constant editing. I've been going through and editing all the notes that I have and putting them together to where they'd sound somewhat decent. I hope you guys have enjoyed so far, but I don't know. If you guys want to leave a comment in the comment section, give me some feedback. Let me know how you like it. I really do appreciate or enjoy doing this stuff. This is probably one of the things I like doing the most is talking about ancient history. So, um, with that being said, let me know what you think. And I will talk to you later. Bye.
Well, thank you, and thank you all for listening to what I had to say.
Yeah, no problem, man. Just hang in there. You'll get through it, but it'll take some time.
Oh yeah.
It'll just take time.
Right. And it's also good, like I'm sure I shared some things with you that, other people have been through it, you're not alone.
Yeah, there's probably other people watching this that are dealing with very similar situations, so it may have helped them.
I just need somebody, maybe to listen. I'm sorry. All right, I'm back to normal now.
Oh, you're all right. You're all right. This show was kind of about bad things like that anyway, so it really fits in with what we're talking about pretty nicely. And
all right, I'm gonna drink a beer now.
Absolutely, man. Hell yeah.
Oh, I gotta open it first.
There's a funny thinking about objects. I mean, it's not really cursed, but if Austin wants to tell this, talking about losing someone, just right after his dad helped him move to his new house, and then I think when did he pass away, Austin? That right?
About a month and almost 2 months later.
Yeah. So you can tell them get off of here so they can hear you. But there was when my husband was helping him, there was this chime. I think I bought it for the April and Austin to put in their house. So it's purple and it's kind of like I don't even know, it's got angels or something on it. But my husband hung it in this bay window they had. There was a hook there. And so, Austin, you can go on and tell them the rest of the story now.
So my wife's grandniece was babysitting her one day, not too long after my dad had passed away, and it was on my dad's birthday. She was babysitting her, and she was pointing at this chime that he had hung up in the window. And my wife asked her what she was seeing up there, and she said my dad's name. Yeah, his name was Marty. She said she was a little girl, maybe like about 2 years old. She was like, Marty, Marty, Marty. She was talking about how she could see him up there around that angel chime that he hung. He passed before she was even born, so there's no way she could have known him. But I think his spirit or something comes through that object somehow occasionally.
Yeah, it's really odd because I asked him, I said, are you going to move it? Because I don't know. I guess it looks okay there.
Well, we would have probably moved it, but it was where he hung it up. So,
right.
So we just left it there because it was one of the last things. He also had a hat that he left hanging on a doorknob in one of our spare rooms, and we've never touched it either. So like the last couple things he touched, we just left them as they were. We felt kind of bad about moving them.
Yeah, I don't know. Like some people don't like to disturb things if they lose children and stuff. Like I used to work out with this lady, and her daughter died in a car wreck, and somebody was telling me it had been like 10 years later. They said that the lady's never her daughter's name was Mallory. The room's the same as it was the night Mallory got killed in a car wreck. and that Pam has never. They don't. I don't know if they move. Of course they will change it, but they still live in that house, and her room's the same. And gosh, I think it's been probably 20 some years now, because Austin was getting his license when it happened, and he was just about the same age. So yeah, I mean, everything's the same, because that's part of. They just don't want to lose that part of her.
Right.
So that's another hard thing too, though, is when you go through stuff and you have to give stuff away or sell things or auction them off.
Yeah, that's like kind of what I'm going through right now. It's like, with the realtors and all that, they're like, well, you got to get all that stuff out. Dad had so much stuff in there, and I'm like, I don't want to throw anything away. I'd want to keep it all, but I have nowhere to, put it.
Right.
And it's like, it's like old, Dad's stuff.
Yeah.
Am I just gonna junk that? No, I don't want to.
Right. I think you just have to keep a few things and have to let the rest go, I guess.
Yeah.
It's hard. I remember like when they were auctioning all my husband's stuff off, I didn't stay there that day because I didn't want to see all that.
Right. Yeah. No.
And but it was like they were just selling pieces of him away. There was a table there, like when we first married. He actually had the shop in our big old farmhouse. He had that table all those years. I mean, for like almost 40 years. That was to see that table go, but I was like, I can't take it. It's this big workshop table. So,
what are you gonna do with all that? I mean,
but it's like they're selling pieces of him away.
Maybe it would help to think what your father would want you to do with all that stuff. Would he wouldn't want you to be burdened by all of this stuff? I wouldn't think. So it might help you in being able to part with some of it, especially saying you don't have any room to.
Well, maybe he was pissed off, saying, "Oh, stop it! Don't sell that."
I don't know. Do you think it was him?
Possibly. Yeah, he came to you to terrorize you because he didn't want you to get rid of stuff.
Don't sell that. Wait a minute.
Now, I don't know if Austin has like anything from his cousin Sam. Do you, Austin? I'm sure you do.
Yeah, I have I have some of his paintings, and I have a guitar he sold me, and a digital recorder he sold me down in my studio, my basement. So I mean, actually, my entire basement, believe it or not, or the studio I have down here that I'm sitting in right now, it's kind of like a montage to my dad and my cousin, because I have almost all the instruments and music equipment I got down here. I either bought off of them or they bought for me as gifts throughout the years. And then I got some of my cousin's artwork too, like I said, down here. So it's kind of like so yeah, I do have stuff from both of them. For a lot of stuff from Sam, especially.
I think everything has some kind of like, like if my mom had some kind of object, like China tea or something like that, or something like, something that was she personally, did like every day or whatever. I think that holds some kind of meaning, and that's why I'm like, I don't want to throw that away. I don't want to get rid of it. And you kind of know. I mean, you kind of know, or you feel some kind of like, something with that object.
Well, it's attached to that person, yeah.
Absolutely.
Maybe try asking your dad what he wants you to part with and what he wants you to keep, and see if you get a response from him, like what he wants you to hold on to.
He He wasn't a spiritual person. He was like, just dig a hole and bury me in it. I'm like, no, Dad, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah. He was a funny guy. He's like, no. I don't even want a funeral.
Wow, really?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He was a strict guy. He was like, just dig me a hole, bury me in the ditch. I don't care.
I mean, I'm a spiritual person too, and I honestly don't want my body taking up space where there should be houses or maybe crops growing in a farmer's field or something. I think it'd be best for me to be cremated myself. So
you know what? Bury it. You know what? Plant an apple tree over my body, and
yeah, that's a good idea.
You know.
Yeah, that's true.
Is that what they do with that? Something like that.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about like a green burial. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that for me. A green burial would be all right for me too, because I help the earth out. I'm useful after I've passed.
Back to my nephew's artwork, there was a picture that I got of his that he had drawn, and I put it in one of the bedrooms upstairs. And the funny part about that was I was looking outside one day. It was of like 2 trees and some, like landscape type thing. I looked out the window and there's 2 trees outside on the medium strip by the street. And it looks just exactly like the picture he drew.
Oh, wow.
I remember one time I was over there and there was your house and there was snow on the ground and the sun was setting. And if you look at his painting, it looks like these 2 trees are on a snowy evening around dusk. And it looked just like it. It's like he somehow saw into the future when he was painting that. Now, the interesting thing about him is he grew up and lived in a farmhouse out in Indiana too. Yeah, around Bath, actually.
Okay.
I don't know if you know where Bath is or not. But I only mentioned that because it was interesting that you live in a farmhouse out in Indiana too. A fun fact about him that I thought was interesting.
That's amazing, though. I mean, same vision,
Yeah, he had never been to this house, of course. Because I said we lived in an old farmhouse when he passed away. Because he passed away a month after my husband passed away.
I'm very sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's been a while now.
There's probably an Oxford in every state, honestly.
Yeah.
It's a Middletown. There's Middletown everywhere. Middletown.
Now, if you ask Mark, and there's an Oxford over in the UK. I mean,
University town, or university city, yeah.
I'm way up in I'm underneath Lake Michigan, right at the tip of Lake Michigan.
Oh.
Yep, in LaPorte, Indiana. Absolutely.
Wow.
And,
okay, I've heard of it.
Yep, right underneath the tip of it. Right there. Yep. I had a cousin, kind of a cousin. He ended up shooting a kid in the face with a shotgun. And he was right there, right next to the prison, and his ass went right to the prison.
Wow.
Yeah, and that was on accident, I guess, from what he was saying, but he's still in there, and he was 17 years old when that happened.
If you do jury trials, you never know.
Exactly.
They're unpredictable. Sometimes it'd be best if you can get a plea deal or something.
He was a good buddy of mine, but yeah, when he was doing drugs, nope, stay away from him. And Thank God I stayed away from them.
That was the same thing with my cousin we were just talking about. He got real heavy into heroin. I had to pull away from him because he was going down a road I didn't want to go down. If I had went with him, I'd be either 6 feet under or doing time somewhere now. You know?
Absolutely.
You know.
Oh yeah.
In shadows, keep and whispers fold, lies a tale of secrets old, a hidden trove of silent words, a nest of songs unheard by birds. Beneath the surface, quiet lies, a world unseen by prying eyes, where truths are cloaked in clever guise, and only the curious may claim prize. In every heart a secret dwells, a silent story each soul tells, of dreams untold, desires unseen, a life unlived, what might have been. The secrets call to those who seek to brave the depths, to climb the peak. For in the quest to find the light, the hidden truths will come to sight. So let the secrets softly sleep in chambers vast and oceans deep. For those who find them, bold and wise, will read the stars in ancient skies.
Dragons. You know, that's funny. Like the Irish, though, swear, they see the fairies and the trolls and all that stuff. They swear they've seen.
Actually, John's talked about that a little bit.
Yeah.
Being over in the UK, where that's a common thing, he's talked about that a little bit.
And it's with the pagan groups over there. It's really a big deal. Like whenever we were talking, Summer, I mentioned about the well in that house.
Yeah.
If you had an open well that was underneath the house, that could have had something to do with pagan.
We
beliefs.
did in the old house I used to live in. Right under it was under the living room, because they built the kitchen, or they built the living room out there and over it. So and it was right under there. So we never really filled it in completely, but yeah.
Yeah, in the Creatures of Fairy chapter, it opens by saying the entities covered in this section are perhaps the most interesting and certainly among the strangest of all the monstrous beings we'll be examining. It's hard to sense this from the images and accounts in current popular culture, though. The beings known nowadays as fairies have suffered more at the hands of the Halloween consciousness of modern commercialism than any other of those diverse creatures we have called monsters.
Wow.
Well, and of course, it also suffered with the LGBTQS thing, or whatever the hell it is now. But this book was written before all that woke madness took hold. Yeah. But and it goes on to say, the confusion begins. The confusion begins with the very terms we use. The word fairy or fairy comes from the Latin verb facere, to enchant, and actually means a state, condition, or realm of enchantment The word fey, in turn, comes from the same root and means an enchanted or enchanting being. This is the term that will be used here for a creature or fairy, both fey and fairy, entered in the English language with the Normans, which invaded the modern day Britain back in 1066. That's why they're common there. And they came to be used as synonyms for two older English words, elf and elfhame.
Oh. But they're good. They're not like Krampus. Krampus is like a demonic figure, right? With the horns and the...
Yeah, elves aren't necessarily malevolent like the Krampus or the Wendigo or the Skinwalkers or what have you. The same degree of confusion appears in our culture's standard image of fays, or rather images, or even in their modern forms, the folk of fairy change shape easily and are unnervingly hard to pin down. The most common image of a fairy is a tiny human figure, usually female, with wings borrowed from one of the cuter flying insects. Pointed ears and sometimes little antennae curving up from the forehead serve as identifying markers. Clothing tends to towards the fluffily medieval, sometimes a magic wand tipped with a star completes the kit.
So there's fluffy what, chicks?
Fluffily medieval clothing. Worn by fluffy fairies.
That sounds sexy.
You know, what's it's not really off the subject, but I was watching, of course, a lot of the stuff on YouTube about Diddy and Jay-Z and stuff is just crazy. Not all of it's true, of course. But I was watching this thing about Beyonce being a witch, and it was really kind of interesting. I think she has kind of stuff like that in her routine, her music routine, and everything.
Well, Kanye, okay. That's one person that everybody always keeps forgetting about was Kanye West. Now he's openly admitted that there's a lot of stuff with MK Ultra and the Illuminati going on in Hollywood. So there could be something going on with all that stuff. You know what I mean?
But you know what the problem is with him is he's ruined his credibility because he's done so many crazy things, and he was off his meds for a while. I think he's bipolar or something, but now he's okay. But I think there's some truth in there, and a lot of people are looking at it now saying, hey, you know, he obviously wasn't off his rocker when he was talking about some of this stuff.
He could have been off his rocker, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, the thing of it is like there's a lot of things that you really got to take a look at now that everybody, you know, laughed about before, especially with the day and age and the way things are going. You know, like Hollywood has always been crazy, but this new stuff that's happening in Hollywood is just off the freaking wall, dude. I mean,
well, you know what's really scary? I watched this video about P. Diddy. It was just a little short one. And all the stuff they showed, I mean, it was like, how did we not know? Just like you'd watch him on a talk show and he'd say this. And I guess people always just kind of thought, kidding. But when you put it all together, it's like it's been there all along. The way he is, and it's been there all along, and everybody's like, oh, you know, no big deal. Because it's like, it was like, you know, it's like somebody doing something in a community and it's a police officer or something. They're right in the community and they're right underneath everybody's nose, but nobody knows it's them. They're doing something evil. Well, it's like him. It's like he just was right out there. Like in an interview with Justin Bieber, he's like, yeah, I've told Justin not to talk about what me and him do or something. I was like, and there it is. But you know, at the time, I might even seen it, and I kind of
they had all these videos of him grooming Justin Bieber too. I mean, it was.
I know, but then I've seen a few of them, and I never ever thought anything about it. But I wasn't big into him. But you know, I'd watch it, and I was like, oh, he's just kidding. no big deal. But now you look back on it. It's funny. I guess that happens with anything. You'll look back on stuff and you're like, oh, now I understand why that person was acting that way or why that person said this. But
Yeah.
when it's in front of you, you don't. So there's some of that.
Also, kind of
Um,
kind of think too about what we're talking about. I mean, we started talking about monsters. We started talking about fae and fairies, and then, um, you know, uh, insatiable hunger, and it all just kind of led us to Hollywood and P Diddy and Justin Bieber, and
well, and
and
yeah, and Beyonce being the like, there is a where she does the show. She's dressed like a witch.
Well, I was told. Remember the
divination.
other? Oh,
What?
I just said
oh,
divination is all I said. So go ahead.
oh, oh. Okay, I was gonna say it's weird too. Remember how we were talking about the other day about we were talking about Garth Brooks and P Diddy and the whole Epstein thing and how it was all we think it was all interrelated, Mom.
Yeah.
And then I mentioned how Ellen, you're talking about how Garth Brooks is trying to get a house over in Ireland, and I was saying that was weird because Ellen and her partner fled to England recently, and they blamed it on Donald Trump getting reelected, and then we started talking about that guy that DJ used to be on her show Twitch.
Yeah.
Now the interesting thing about him is if you look at how he spelled his name, it was spelled in such a way as to imply witch. Like the T was lowercased, but then the W was uppercased. So it was like it was witch.
Where did
Witch.
he ever call himself that? I wonder. I never really looked that up.
Yeah. I thought that was. I mean, and to tie the end of this conversation, I thought that was one of the things that struck me when I was reading the article about him and how mysterious his death actually was. Because for years I thought it was just a suicide because he had years of mental issues and stuff and just finally gave up. But
did he? I don't think he did have any mental issues. Not Twitch.
No, not. I don't believe so now. When I read that article that you sent me, you should link. I mean, you should probably, if you have that article, maybe give it to Roger to link in the description of this video, because that was a very, very interesting article, and it was interesting. But one of the things that struck me was it was interesting how he spelled his name, and it ties into the whole witchcraft occult thing in Hollywood too.
Yeah, I just wonder. There doesn't seem to be any reason why he killed himself, and they didn't say what the suicide note supposedly said. And his wife said he didn't have any issues with suicide, and they seemed happy together, or didn't have any depression issues. I don't know. The whole thing is still so strange.
You're talking about Epstein himself?
I'm talking about Twitch was one of this
yeah.
black man that was on Ellen. If you look him up, if you never watched their show, you wouldn't know him probably. He was a
DJ that was on Ellen's show the last couple seasons.
And he was he was on Dancing with the Stars, I think.
Yeah, he got famous through that, and then Ellen picked him up as a DJ on her show and a dancer on her show.
Now, see, I've actually been on another show with a guy by the name of Naroki 5, and we actually had a conversation about Ellen and about her old relationship with what's her face? I forgot her name, but she was real famous.
The one that died in the car wreck.
Right now, the car wreck.
It's going away from me too.
The car, the whole situation behind that by itself was pretty suspicious. So, like,
wasn't her Anna something? I forget. Oh, go on. Sorry.
She ends up flipping out, and people don't realize this or they don't remember it for some reason. But she ends up flipping out, and she ran into like 3 different, maybe 4 different structures before she finally had a collision. Like she she literally flipped out and was racing down the street, slamming into shit. Okay.
Wow.
Um,
And you know that there was another man that used to be on her show. Actually, he played an elf. This is funny, Austin. He played an elf.
Back to the creatures of fairy thing, huh?
Yeah, but he played.
It's weird how all this stuff's interrelated.
And he used to play. Well, he's played on several shows, but he played on her show. He died the same year. He had a heart attack in his car and hit a wall. And somebody said he was going to get a prescription that day. I mean, he was in his 60s, but he seemed like he was in pretty good health. And then, he passed away. And there was Twitch, and there was her Anne Heche, isn't it? Yeah, Anne Heche, Twitch, and then this little guy. So, and everybody was like, oh my God, why are these people around Ellen dying? So, but I don't know that she had anything to do with it. I kind of, at that time.
Well, I mean, of course, you're not going to hear her having anything to do with it. I mean, you know what I mean? Nobody in their right mind, or supposed right mind, is going to say, there's a little bit of witchcraft involved in this stuff. So,
Yeah.
I know that Twitch and her were really close. That she would take vacations with him and his wife and the kids. They had kids, him, Twitch and his wife. They were pretty tight. And it was so weird. Like I said, he ended up committing suicide in a hotel room where he shot himself. And that's always, that method of suicide, I don't know how sure you always are. Maybe if you're a good detective, you never know. Sometimes it can be homicide.
Now we need to be careful because we don't want to scare a bunch of these little girls. You guys do know, like, this is the first episode you guys are doing on Kick, right?
Oh, yeah, I knew that, but I didn't know what the demographic of the site was.
Well, I mentioned it on the Operation Secret Santa Claus. Like we got some pretty tough competition, so it's a lot of them are the